Somewhere beneath the calmest waves lie questions that have never been answered, only echoed in the silence between currents. This is not a tale of monsters or myths. It is a descent into the slow, breathing unknown. The ocean holds its memory differently, not in words, but in voids, lost ships, vanished sounds, blinking lights, with no origin. Each ripple hides something, once seen, but never understood. Tonight, let your mind drift past the shorelines of logic and into waters where maps end, where the deep watches without blinking, where science hesitates and only silence remains. These are not stories to solve. They are puzzles left deliberately incomplete, oceanic riddles that whisper just enough to keep us listening. Float with us now. Let the mysteries carry you. Let the tide think for you. Let sleep arrive like a fog. Also, tell me, where are you listening from? And what time has the ocean kept for you tonight? And if you dream, dream blue, dream deep, dream far below. Just before dawn in the waters near Morant Bay, Jamaica, a series of rapid, blinking lights have long been reported rising from the deep, like a signal sent from something that never breaches the surface. Fishermen drifting silently on still water have turned off their radios, cut their engines, and watched as patterns of blue and white flicker in rhythmic bursts, like Morse code meant for a forgotten language. No vessel has ever surfaced. No military has claimed the signal. It vanishes as soon as it's observed for too long, as if sentient or aware of human attention. Some say it resembles a coded transmission. Others believe it's a reflection of something below that doesn't belong in our world. Submarines sent to investigate returned without malfunction, but with crew members who refused to describe what they had seen, submitting resignations sealed in trembling handwriting. That patch of ocean remains uncharted by name, marked only by silence. Far from port, where tides grow strange, and winds no longer predict the current, a green subglow has been witnessed in the heart of the Bay of Bengal, hovering beneath vessels and drifting with deliberate calm, following fishing boats without noise or consequence. Mariners call it the eye below, a phrase muttered, not with fear, but with exhausted reverence. Naval surveillance crafts have captured no heat, no sonar signature, no mechanical activity, just the faint diffusion of emerald radiance that pulses as if aware. Legends old as salt itself whisper of a being too vast to breach, something that watches from the abyssal shelf, unmoving and unknowable. At night, as fog kisses the railings of ships and time loses meaning, the glow sometimes widens, encircling a boat in a halo of ghostly light, illuminating nothing but the crew's growing dread. The ocean there speaks in bioluminescent riddles, and no one who has seen it sleeps without remembering. East of the Yucatan Shelf, where the water is as flat as glass and the skies rarely storm, a small research yacht named Isla Rosada disappeared under open sun without a single call for help. No splintered hull, no life raft released. The Coast Guard received its last log, a mundane weather update, and a laugh over a found jellyfish. Then silence so absolute that even the satellite pings ceased. Search teams scoured the region and found a floating notebook, dry, pages still crisp, describing how the sea had begun to ripple without wind, and how shapes in the water moved faster than dolphins. No wreckage followed. Years later, a diver exploring near that same location reported hearing laughter through his tank, identical to the yacht captain's voice, though no one else was present. It came not from above, but from within the current, as if the ocean had remembered and replayed its moment of taking. A rust-red freighter designated Cargo 91 was last seen, heading toward its Atlantic checkpoint, hauling steel coils and livestock feed, under pristine weather, its logbook pages, routine and uneventful. But the ship never arrived. No distress signal sounded. When a scouting drone located the vessel weeks later, it drifted quietly, crewless, anchor retracted, and cargo untouched. Everything remained in order. Meals half-eaten in the galley, showers still warm to the touch, radio buzzing with static, like a paused breath. The navigation charts had been remarked in red pencil, circling an area not recognized by any official ocean maps. On the final page of the captain's log, one cryptic phrase had been scrawled in slanted script. "We saw the road in the sea, and it turned." The ship was towed back to port and dismantled, yet no one who entered the captain's cabin would stay longer than a minute, claiming the room felt like it was breathing. Somewhere in the depths of Challenger, deep beyond sonar comfort and human trespass, lies a stretch of water where submersibles have recorded faint sequences of sound that resemble whispering, not in a known language, but something slow and patterned, layered in harmonic pulses. Each recorded frequency shifts slightly depending on the depth of the vehicle, as though reacting to presence rather than pressure. In one expedition, the crew swore they heard their names spoken, not by voice, but by the vibration in the metal hull, as though the sea knew their identities. Equipment logged no fault, but every recording captured distortion, static paired with rhythmic patterns that mimicked breath. Scientists dismissed it as a play of current and pressure on aging technology, but no explanation accounted for why multiple submersibles, across different years and nations, reported hearing the same three-note hum at the exact same coordinates. It comes and goes like a tide, not of water, but of memory. To the northwest of Norway, near the volcanic island of Jan Mayen, a stretch of open sea has become known among navigators as the Silent Path, a place where engines lose their echo, radios hiss faintly like they're being suppressed, and the wind seems to bend around ships, rather than over them. One survey vessel reported that, while sailing through this region, the crew heard the water speaking, not in words, but in a rustling cadence like many voices mimicking the sound of waves. The captain recorded his thoughts in a personal log, noting how he could not shake the feeling that something enormous was listening just below. Though no instruments detected abnormalities, every crew member returned home changed, sleepless, quiet, and reluctant to sail again. When one researcher played back audio captured in the zone, her speakers emitted a low crooning hum that shook the air in the room and made the lights dim, despite stable power. Off the scattered volcanic crags of the Azores, beneath skies often bluer than belief, sailors whisper of a ship with no flag, no wake, and no name, a black-hulled vessel that drifts in defiance of the current, seen only when the air is still and the tide is neither rising nor falling. It does not follow wind or weather. It appears at the edge of vision, unmoving, as if it had been waiting there long before humans knew to sail. No records have matched its profile, though descriptions always align. Tall masts without rigging, barnacle-free wood that reflects no light, and portholes that appear sealed by something more ancient than glass. One Portuguese fishing crew reported sailing within half a mile of it, tempted by its stillness. But as they approached, every compass spun violently, and the temperature dropped despite the summer sun. An audio recording taken during that approach caught a series of rhythmic thuds beneath the waterline, like footfalls, not on their own deck, but from something pacing inside the abandoned Ghost. As quickly as it had appeared, it vanished. No fade, no departure, simply gone between blinks. The crew returned changed, eyes drawn inward, refusing to speak of the sound. Mariners now avoid the coordinates, where the ship was seen. Yet every few years, a new report trickles in, a black form on the horizon, unmoving against the wind, watching those who dare to look back for too long. Deep in the weed-choked calm of the Sargasso Sea, where the water holds ships in place like amber around a fly, a strange vessel has been seen drifting without motion, but always alight, dozens of old-world lanterns glowing orange on its decks, flickering despite the absence of wind. No origin has ever been established for the lantern ship. Its design resembles no fleet, low hull, wide beams, and a long bow carved with what seem to be open mouths. The lanterns do not sway, they do not burn out, even through storms, when all other ships lose light to crashing waves. This one glows with unwavering precision. One survey team from Bermuda approached it in 1904, only to find no movement aboard. But when they came within hailing distance, the wind fell away, and a deep ringing sound filled the air, not from a bell, but from the hull itself, as if the wood remembered being struck long ago. Upon return, their chronometers were off by several hours, though they swore they had never lost time. A mariner who spent 30 minutes gazing through binoculars at the deck swore he saw shadows moving, not walking, but swaying like seaweed in slow motion. The ship moved on no current, and ignored all attempts at contact. It still wanders the weed-thick center of the Atlantic, its lanterns burning, its silence unbroken, a thing from some other memory, untethered from any past we know. Within the frozen cradle of the Scotia Sea, where Antarctic currents twist in on themselves, like a churning spine, vessels have intercepted a strange auditory phenomenon, too uniform to be organic, too haunting to be ignored. The sound arrives in layers, low metallic tones that chime like distant bells dragged along the seafloor, repeating in harmonic intervals that never vary. Some recordings show the tones rising and falling in tandem with no known weather pattern or tectonic shift, as if something vast and unseen were turning slowly beneath the crust, resonating through rock and water alike. Submariners have reported feeling it before hearing it, a pressure in the chest, a thrumming in the bones, followed by a wave of sound so low it seems to originate not from the world, but from inside the body. Instruments malfunctioned during the peak of the chorus. Depth sensors showed impossible figures, suggesting trenches where no maps show any. One unmanned probe deployed into the region returned with no audio logs at all, just the imprint of vibration etched into its hull, a sequence that acoustic analysts say bears resemblance to old Gregorian chant structures, stretched into hours-long frequencies. Though dismissed officially, crew logs refer to the sound as the calling, and after each encounter, captains have steered far from the area, not out of fear of damage, but of being heard. Northwest of the Philippines lies a poorly understood depression known to some hydrographers as the Devil's Basin, where even the most reliable sonar fails to paint a complete picture of the seabed. At irregular intervals, a pulsing sound emerges from the depths, slow, rhythmic, and utterly consistent, like the heartbeat of something that should not be alive. Unlike seismic tremors, which scatter and fade, this pulse travels in a perfect wave, carrying itself through layers of water with no loss of clarity. Research vessels sent to capture it have returned with scrambled magnetic readings, as if the very core of the Earth had twisted briefly beneath them. A deep-sea diver aboard a Japanese exploratory ship claimed that while submerged, he could feel the beat in his hands before he heard it in his ears, like gripping the wrist of a sleeping titan. Some believe the pulse is a naturally occurring resonance from a submerged volcano, but no geothermal signatures have ever been confirmed in the vicinity. More disturbingly, the pulse sometimes contains a brief distortion, a faint static crackle that, when amplified, reveals sharp tonal structures resembling speech, though in no language anyone recognizes. Military submarines now avoid the region entirely. The sound never speeds up, it never fades. It just continues, deep and measured, as if whatever lies beneath is resting, for now. Rising intermittently from the restless waters of the South Pacific, Vanuatu is listed on old Tongan charts as a volcanic island. Yet, to this day, no one can prove its permanent existence. Sailors have described seeing dark land mass covered in birds one day, only for it to vanish beneath waves the next, leaving no debris, no foam, no displaced current. Photographs have been taken from a distance, and yet when ships arrive, sonar reads nothing, just flat seabed or volcanic shelf, as if the island never breached at all. Once a crew of 6 anchored near it overnight, after watching seabirds roost in the dusk, only to awaken adrift, no shoreline in sight, no anchor line, the birds gone, and their GPS indicating they'd never stopped moving. Folklore from nearby villages warns not to watch the island too long or speak its name at sea. They say it isn't land, but memory pretending to be shape, a trick played by the ocean when it wishes to be believed. Geological surveys have noted occasional gas emissions from the area, but none consistent with known volcanic activity. The most unnerving claim comes from a pilot whose altimeter once spiked over open water, as if his plane passed over land that instruments knew, but eyes could not. Fonuafo'ou remains a place you can sail toward, chart by coordinates, describe in vivid detail, but never step on, never touch, never hold in proof. It exists only long enough to vanish. Off the mist-shrouded coast of Western Ireland, mariners have told for centuries of a landmass known as High Brasil, an island of fog and stone that appears once every few years, only to disappear without tide or sound. It's been etched on ancient maps, not as myth, but as certainty, placed with confidence west of Galway Bay. Eyewitnesses through the 1800s reported lush green cliffs emerging from a sudden bank of fog, dotted with towers or domes that shimmered briefly before dissolving into sea mist. A British naval expedition in 1848 swore they approached its shore, fired a flare, and saw it illuminate black trees and white stone buildings that reflected no light. When they reached its supposed location, the sea was undisturbed, eerily calm, with no trace of any structure. Curiously, magnetic compasses behave erratically near its rumored coordinates, spinning gently in slow circles. Fishermen speak of hearing bells under the surface, as if a drowned city were still holding mass. Local lore claims that High Brasil is not a place of origin, but of return, that it was once above, fell below, and now peaks upward only when something inside wants to be remembered. Modern satellites scan the region and find nothing but the same shifting cloud formations. Yet every decade or so, someone swears they saw land where no land should be, rising in still water, crowned with gold fog, only to vanish like a thought you almost remembered before waking. Hidden under the murky sediment-rich waters of the Gulf of Combat, sonar scans once revealed an impossibly regular formation, rows of large rectilinear stone structures, resting nearly 120 feet beneath the surface, stretching across miles of ocean floor. Archaeologists at first dismissed it as a natural arrangement of rocks disturbed by current, until divers found what appeared to be finely carved steps, tool marks and even symmetrical pillars now encrusted with barnacles and drowned in silt. The city had no name, no myth tied to it, no cultural memory claiming its birth. Its alignment echoed known temple grids of ancient India, but carbon dating suggested it predated them by thousands of years. The surrounding seabed offered no signs of gradual submergence, as if the structures had been swallowed in one sudden cataclysm. Divers describe a crushing silence in the water around it, so absolute that even their own exhalations seemed muffled. One expedition member emerged weeping without knowing why, later saying the city didn't feel ruined, just waiting. No formal excavation has since been allowed. Shifting sands now obscure the grid once more, and officials avoid the subject when asked. But the sea, if watched closely, still trembles over the exact location, as if it knows what lies below should never have risen in the first place. Off the southern tip of Japan's Yonaguni Island lies a submerged structure that defies the slow, patient chaos of nature. Massive steps, platforms, and rectangular formations sit carved into a sunken shelf, as if shaped by hands, not tides. The site, first discovered by a diver seeking hammerhead sharks, revealed something more unsettling than beauty: corridors that lead nowhere, archways too clean to be accidental, and a long flat road that disappears into the abyss. Geologists argue over whether tectonic activity fractured natural rock into patterns, yet local legends speak of a city that drowned in a single day, dragged into the ocean by vengeful gods, or a punishment no one dares name. Divers claim compasses spin wildly around the main platform. Cameras fail unexpectedly. One reported seeing carvings beneath a layer of sediment, faces worn by time, all staring upward. Scientists label it coincidence, but others, those who lingered too long, report dreams of being watched, of water not surrounding them but breathing. The Yonaguni monument has been called Atlantis of the East, but it bears no connection to Plato's tale. Its silence is older, its design more alien. And while the surface debates whether it is man-made or miracle, the sea continues to pull gently at its corners, not erasing it, but preserving it, as if keeping it quiet was part of the agreement. Deep in the Coral Sea, where Australia's Great Barrier Reef fades into yawning canyons of cold blue, divers stumbled upon a shipwreck, unlike any catalogued or known to naval historians, a long skeletal structure of oxidized brass, resting at an angle, its hull stitched together with curved rivets, not seen in any documented maritime tradition. The wood was long devoured, yet the framework remained intact, untouched by current or corrosion, as if the ocean itself avoided touching it. No engine or sail fragments were found, no anchor, no nameplate, just the suggestion of design, precise and unnatural, in how each rib of the vessel matched the next with mirrored symmetry. Inside, divers found small compartments lined with grooves resembling shelving, but too narrow for tools, too intricate for cargo. Sonar imaging of the surrounding seabed revealed no sign of an impact crater or debris field, suggesting it had settled deliberately rather than crashed. One diver swears the sand beneath it pulses faintly when undisturbed, like a heartbeat slow enough to be missed by instruments, but not by instinct. Researchers attempted to relocate the wreck a year later, only to find a blank seafloor. The GPS coordinates were accurate, the terrain unchanged, yet the vessel had vanished entirely, leaving behind only the divers' logbooks and a few pieces of brass, all of which tarnished black within days and emitted a faint hum when handled under saltwater lamps. West of the world's most remote inhabited island, Tristan da Cunha, where the Atlantic grows too vast to map cleanly, oceanographers catalogued an unregistered vessel embedded in volcanic shelf, its metal fused, not by fire, but by something stranger. From above, the shape appeared almost avian, curved like wings tucked into a body, but closer scans revealed iron plates welded seamlessly, with no rivets, bolts, or seams. The structure held fast to the basalt, as if grown there, as if it were less a wreck and more a fossil. No human remains were found inside, but something had been there. Scorched traces of oil, patterns of pressure, and a central cavity filled with crushed white shards, later identified as a form of refined coral not native to the region. Attempts to sample the metal failed, the drill bits dulled within seconds, as if the hull rejected interference. Local legends speak of skyboats that fell in fire, but made no splash, ships that arrived during the eclipse and never left the sea. A satellite image taken days after the structure was first recorded shows a mild distortion in the water above it, a shadow where light should bend naturally, instead forming a perfect circle. Scientists dismissed it as lens flare, but those who stood above it, on deck, peering into dark blue, felt watched, not from below, but from within the very idea of depth. No one has returned since. Near the rim of the Kermadec Trench, where New Zealand's continental shelf plummets into one of Earth's deepest fissures, a survey team aboard a bathypelagic research vessel reported an encounter with something that left their instruments intact, but their understanding undone. Through thick reinforced glass, an operator watched as a massive form drifted into view, transparent, slow, and impossibly long, like a glass serpent woven from fog and membrane. It didn't move so much as flow, its shape bending against the pressure of the water without resistance. Internal organs were faintly visible, pulsing orbs, threaded filaments, structures resembling inverted fins, but none were symmetrical. It had no mouth, no eyes. Yet the submersible's lights dimmed briefly as it passed, as though the creature absorbed not just illumination but attention. Cameras recorded nothing, only a static blur, as if the creature had bent the optics or memory of the equipment itself. One scientist described the encounter as looking at something that didn't know how to be seen. Within days, 2 members of the observation crew resigned. Another removed herself from all underwater work entirely, citing dreams where her blood moved in spirals and her bones felt hollowed out. No follow-up expedition has reached that depth since. The coordinates remain archived, sealed under quiet classification, not because of danger, but because the creature wasn't hunting. It was passing through, as if from a place so old, even the ocean itself had forgotten. During a routine deep-sea cable survey off the coast of Chile, a remote-operated vehicle was descending past 3,000 meters when it recorded something metallic glinting far below, at first believed to be debris from an old wreck. As it drew closer, the object shifted. What emerged into camera view resembled a massive crustacean shell lined with reflective ridges, each segment edged like shattered glass. This thing, later called the shardback by stunned analysts, moved with deliberate grace, its body curling and uncurling in complete silence, emitting no bioluminescence, no trail of disturbed sediment. It was at least 20 meters long, its back covered in translucent plates that shimmered like broken mirrors. When the ROV's lights flickered, the creature turned, not in aggression, but in awareness, aligning itself with the vehicle for nearly 5 minutes, unmoving, as if inspecting the watcher. Then it descended into blackness, at a vertical drop too sudden for anything known to survive. Engineers found that the ROV's casing had hairline fractures after the encounter, as though it had been subjected to extreme pressure beyond the depth it was operating in, despite no record of depth increase. Attempts to track the creature yielded nothing. No similar sighting has occurred. Some theorize it was an anomaly of reflection, or a natural trick of optics, but one marine biologist later wrote anonymously that it looked assembled, not evolved, like something worn, or built, or dressed for where it came from. The sea, it seems, holds not just life, but performances meant for no audience. Beneath the turbulent convergence where the Scotia Plate grinds against Antarctic ice, deep sonar mapping revealed something impossible. A sprawling arrangement of hexagonal stone pillars, each standing upright, each identical in diameter, stretching for miles across the ocean floor. At first dismissed as a basaltic formation similar to Ireland's Giant's Causeway, the scale quickly proved otherwise. These pillars were too symmetrical, too evenly spaced, and most disturbingly embedded with a faint internal shimmer not visible to the eye, but detected by backscatter sonar as repeating geometric pulses. Divers could not reach them due to extreme depth and current, but one remotely operated vehicle managed to descend, capturing footage that has never been publicly released. Internal logs describe a field so vast that the camera lost perspective, as if filming the floor of a cathedral built for something not bound by human proportion. The seabed showed no sign of volcanic activity in the surrounding region, no logical source for their construction. Marine biologists have refused to speculate. Geologists call it a sonar glitch, but the ship's captain in his private notes wrote a final line before returning to port. "I don't believe they're made of stone. I don't believe they're dead." Since then, all missions to that arc have avoided the sector, yet the readings continue to persist, an unresolved anomaly that hums faintly in the quiet dark beneath the ice. Far off the coast of Puerto Rico, where the Atlantic shelf plunges into one of its deepest and least explored trenches, sonar imaging captured what at first appeared to be nothing more than a sloping ridge, until deeper scans showed unmistakable edges and repeating lines. The formation, now known unofficially as the staircase, is composed of 12 immense steps, each as wide as a city street and smooth along the rise, as if carved not by collapse, but by deliberate action. The angle of descent is unnaturally perfect. No marine fault could explain such symmetry, and the surrounding terrain is fractured, sharp, chaotic, except for this singular line of piece that descends directly into the darkness. When a drone was lowered to observe it more closely, its lights dimmed immediately after crossing the 6th step, though power remained unaffected. What followed was silence. No feed, no signal, not even static. It re-emerged hours later, untouched, but its memory corrupted, filled with still frames that showed nothing but the same angle of descent over and over, as if caught in a loop of falling. One frame, almost dismissed, showed something at the base, a reflection too uniform to be rock, too distant to be clear. Whatever built or caused the steps remains unknown, but sailors who pass above sometimes report a sensation, not of fear, but invitation, as if something down there still waits, ready to ascend, or welcome something back down. Within the remote center of the Sulu Sea, a region already whispered about by mariners for its dead currents and strange echo chambers, a Philippine Navy patrol encountered an anomaly so subtle that only the crew themselves could report it. Every clock aboard, from analog dials to digital watches, ticked forward in perfect unison, then paused. Just 1 second, every device froze, held in a breathless hush, and resumed as if nothing had happened. It was imperceptible to instruments, yet all 18 men aboard swore they experienced it, not as a moment of stillness, but of realization, as though they had been removed from time entirely and then replaced. Afterward, their position had shifted, only by meters, but in a direction no current could explain, and their depth readings temporarily showed negative elevation, as if they were above sea level while underwater. One sailor described it as being dropped and caught again. None suffered any visible harm, but each reported hours of missing memory, including entire conversations that one claimed to have had, but others denied. Black box recordings showed a jump, a perfect missing segment of 1 second. It hasn't happened again, or perhaps it has, and those who experienced it simply weren't returned. A bright orange data buoy, deployed in the Labrador Current, was intended to drift along seasonal flows, logging salinity and temperature. Its transponder functioned normally, until, during a routine pass, it began transmitting outdated weather data, barometric readings from 3 years prior, wind conditions that didn't match the surrounding area, and timestamps that had not yet occurred. Initially thought to be a glitch, the buoy was retrieved and inspected, but its onboard memory chip contained perfectly sequential logs from a future yet to happen, each one time-stamped, geographically correct, but never experienced. Weather satellites cross-referenced the anomalies, and months later, confirmed that the exact conditions the buoy predicted did, in fact, occur, down to a fog bank rolling over the Greenland shelf, precisely at 3:41 a.m. More troubling was the internal clock of the buoy, which had advanced exactly 37 minutes ahead of standard atomic time and could not be reset. Engineers replaced the entire timing module, only for the shift to begin again once deployed back in water. A researcher who held the original chip in a sealed container later reported dreaming of calendar pages, unraveling underwater, floating downward like leaves, each one wet, heavy, and bearing a date that had not yet come to pass. The buoy is still functional, still drifting, and still keeping a future only the sea seems to know. Along the Cook Fracture Zone in the southwestern Pacific, geologists placed a high-precision mapping drone to track tectonic behavior over several weeks. The initial scans displayed an ordinary stretch of undersea valley, sharp cliffs and sediment slopes, lining a fault system deep beneath the surface. But 3 weeks later, when the drone returned for a comparative pass, the landscape had changed drastically. Cliffs that once dropped sheer into darkness had softened into rounded terraces. Cracks once jagged and shallow now plunged into clean, symmetrical depths. It was as though the ocean floor had been quietly erased and redrawn. Satellite positioning confirmed the drone had not moved off course, and seabed markers dropped previously were now embedded in entirely different geologic surroundings. No quake, no eruption, no landslide, just silence and transformation. One technician described it as like walking into your house and finding the walls made of different material, but all your furniture is still in place. Worse still, the new formations bore unnatural angles, triangles and parallel ridges, far too clean for erosion or tectonics. The project was abandoned without explanation. Years later, the terrain returned to its original topography on satellite sonar, as if whatever had been drawn beneath the water simply grew tired of being seen. South of the Galapagos Islands, a narrow mid-ocean ridge has vanished, not once but 3 times from sonar scans since its initial charting in 1972. Each disappearance has lasted days, sometimes hours, during which time passing vessels report odd discrepancies in depth readings and occasional compass drift. The ridge, once believed to be a stable underwater formation, rises over 1,000 meters above the seafloor and spans hundreds of kilometers. Yet, when it disappears, the terrain reads smooth and featureless, as if the structure never existed at all. Some ships that passed directly over it during its absences reported an eerie stillness in the water, like moving through a photograph of the sea, rather than the sea itself. On one occasion, a bathyscaphe sent to investigate transmitted clear visuals of jagged rock formations, until mid-transmission, when the footage flickered, glitched, and resumed, now showing nothing but flat silt, as far as the eye could see. The timestamp had not changed. The coordinates remained exact. Only the ridge had vanished. Naval cartographers refused to acknowledge the anomaly, marking it inconsistently on new maps. The ocean, it seems, possesses more than depth. It carries moods, decisions, and the ability to withhold its body like breath. Some believe the ridge is alive, others believe it never was. Either way, the charts continue to argue with memory. Close to the near vertical descent, known as the Mariana Wall, a trench face so sheer and deep, it feels carved by some ancient, deliberate hand. Unmanned vehicles have captured a phenomenon that defies both physics and pattern. Along the wall's darkest contour, brief flashes of pale blue light have been recorded, thin, vein-like illuminations that ripple across the stone like a pulse beneath skin. They do not follow bioluminescent life patterns. They do not fade naturally. They blink in synchronized waves, stretching horizontally and then vanishing in reverse, like something remembering its shape before letting it go again. No heat is registered, no radioactivity, just light that behaves like thought or instruction. During one descent, a deep-sea probe equipped with a wide-angle lens filmed a full sequence of the lights traveling for exactly 92 seconds, during which its internal gyroscope began rotating out of rhythm, as though the machine were reacting to a change in the laws it had been built for. The event occurred again 40 minutes later, same location, same exact duration, and then never again. Analysts attempted to isolate the source, but could find no surface features that could emit or reflect light. The trench was dark, dead quiet, and yet glowing, only for a moment, only when alone. Off the western coast of South America, where the Peru-Chile Trench slides deeper than most vessels dare linger, a series of peculiar shelf formations has drawn quiet attention, not for their shape, but for the light that bleeds from their seams. Described by one explorer as like cracks in the ocean where dawn leaks through, the steps glow in shifting tones, first soft gold, then green, then a dull white that stains nearby sediment, as if dusted with ash. These lights don't attract fish, nor do they match known chemiluminescent phenomena. ROVs sent to capture samples of the illuminated sediment returned with scorched collection tubes and scrambled imaging logs, entire minutes of video distorted into static waves, despite no mechanical failure. One geologist, who watched the live feed, described the steps as breathing with brightness, the light reacting to the approach of the drone, dimming when it drew near, flaring when it pulled back. Later analysis found no trace of chemical reaction in the samples collected from nearby silt, yet the light was real, measurable, and constant, until it wasn't. The shelf has not glowed since. Some researchers believe it was an interaction with a passing solar event. Others claim it was an opening, something flickering in from below. But among those who catalogue such anomalies quietly, the name now used for the region is not scientific. It's whispered as the window, because once you see it, it feels less like geology and more like something watching back. Beneath the ice-laced waters of Greenland's abyssal plains, hydrophones once picked up a mechanical churning, unlike anything previously recorded, too patterned to be tectonic, too sustained to be coincidental. It came not as a roar, but a rhythm, a steady clunk, 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 as though gears the size of buildings were turning far beneath the crust, driving some ancient submerged device into motion. The sound moved slowly across the sea floor, echoing against undersea ridges, and disappeared as suddenly as it came. Naval experts speculated that it might be the remnants of a Cold War installation or seismic instruments gone rogue, but no source was ever found, and satellites confirmed no submarines in the region during the event. Divers wouldn't go near the location, citing strange magnetic interference that made compasses spin and watches stutter. The sound has since returned twice more, each time growing fainter, as if whatever produced it is winding down. Acoustic analysts, who examined the recordings, found something stranger still. The intervals between beats formed a numerical sequence, recursive and non-random, resembling an ancient clock cycle. No natural event behaves this way. One physicist proposed, half seriously, that we might have recorded the workings of a timekeeping device far below the threshold of human understanding, something not marking time for us, but for itself. Whatever it is, it remains buried, ticking away in the cold dark, waiting for a moment only it will recognize. In the isolated Weddell Sea, one of the least trafficked and most enigmatic places on Earth, oceanic recorders, installed by a polar climate team, captured a looping hiss, underscored by a low mechanical grind. It echoed, like the sound of something immense sliding across stone, metal dragged against metal, rhythmic and patient. At first, scientists believed it to be ice movement, pressure ridges, collapsing, or glacial plates grinding together. But the frequency signature was wrong, too stable, too slow, too clean. The grind occurred every 7 minutes, on the dot, regardless of seismic activity or current. It played for 9 straight hours, then fell silent. A bathymetric scan later showed an unnatural groove, stretching several kilometers beneath the ice shelf, perfectly even, as though carved not by chaos, but by design. No vessel could have created such a path, especially under so many tons of frozen pressure. Some suggested it was a natural ice fault, except the groove was etched into bedrock, not ice, and no tremors were recorded. One audio technician listening to the recordings through headphones later suffered a seizure. When he recovered, he repeated the phrase, "It's turning again," until sedated. Though no scientific paper was ever released, internal reports referred to the anomaly as the crawler. And though the grind has not returned, seismic sensors in the area now tick faintly every 7 minutes, silent, steady, like the breath of something mechanical resting just beyond reach, waiting to move once more. South of the South Sandwich Islands, amid the crushing depths of a trench so deep even light seems reluctant to descend, marine geophysicists stumbled upon a transmission that shouldn't exist. A faint but repeating radio signal, pulsing at regular intervals from far beneath the sea, picked up by an autonomous ocean observatory, meant to monitor tectonic vibration. The signal was too structured for interference, yet bore no signature of any known transmission protocol. It repeated a single string of tones every 11 minutes, each time with microscopic variation, as if evolving, adjusting, or learning. The observatory pinged back with an automated response standard in such devices. But what followed caused the program to flag a possible artificial response. The signal returned an identical tone, reversed. Technicians dismissed it as coincidental, until a linguist feeding the pattern into spectral analysis found a resemblance to phoneme groupings, structures found in primitive root languages, yet distorted into impossible pronunciations. No equipment malfunction was found. Deep-sea hydrophones later confirmed that the signal originated from several thousand meters beneath the seabed, not just beneath the ocean, but within the crust. Since then, the signal continues to broadcast once every 11 minutes. It never repeats the same pattern twice, and yet it always ends the same way. A final tone that fades, then warps upward, as if being pulled away. As if what's sending it isn't trying to speak, but trying to be found. Near the Sulu archipelago, far from busy shipping lanes, and beyond the range of most oceanographic buoys, a private research vessel, studying marine temperature shifts, picked up a continuous whisper through its audio equipment. One that persisted beneath engine noise, weather static, and even silence itself. The signal contained no clear words, yet bore all the hallmarks of whispered speech: intonation, cadence, breath. It looped endlessly over itself, in triple-layered frequency bands, each tier just slightly offset, as if echoing through dimensions rather than water. The crew dismissed it at first, until their own conversations began syncing with the pattern, repeating syllables they hadn't meant to say, half-speaking sounds that hadn't been thought. One diver reported hearing the whisper while submerged, even though no audio feeds played through his headset. When the signal was isolated and slowed down, a single phrase emerged, intoned with dreadful softness. "We wait below." Attempts to trace the signal failed, as it didn't behave like normal audio, bouncing instead from different nodes unpredictably, as though moving through the sea itself. Technicians later found the loop embedded within the data logs. Even after formatting, they destroyed the hard drives, wiped all systems, and returned to shore early. No one has tried to record the region again. The whisper still loops for those who pass close enough with open receivers, soft, nearly loving, as if the ocean has grown lonely and is practicing how to speak to us. In the turbulent waters of the Drake Passage, where Antarctic and Pacific currents collide in a furious tangle of waves, an undersea thermal probe, descending into the abyss, recorded something both miraculous and unsettling: a sudden spike in temperature nearly 400 meters below sea level, an isolated sphere of warmth, rising to levels equivalent to a hydrothermal vent, but without any geological feature to explain it. The warmth was not gradual, it surged as if something had turned on, an engine or pulse, localized and perfectly round in structure. No tectonic activity was logged, no magma pocket detected, and yet the water maintained the heat for 12 minutes, before falling rapidly back to ambient cold, not fading slowly, but snapping off, like a switch had been thrown. A second probe sent weeks later returned scorched and warped, as if exposed to radiation or pressure beyond its design limits. But satellite imaging above the site showed nothing, no surface anomaly, no biological bloom. Divers have refused to approach since, and some researchers have quietly begun calling it the Eye, believing that whatever created that heat was not accidental. One daring physicist speculated that the spike resembled the activation of a containment field, though she admitted, almost laughing, that the notion was absurd. Still, the temperature was real, the shape was deliberate, and somewhere beneath those churning waters, something deep and ancient had stirred and stopped. While most anomalies involve heat rising from volcanic or tectonic activity, a stranger phenomenon emerged off the coast of Namibia, an oceanic cold pool so intense and concentrated that it read nearly 10 degrees below the surrounding current, yet remained in perfect geometric suspension, as though held by invisible walls. Scientists expected such temperatures in the Arctic or beneath glacial runoff, but not here, amid warm waters and active marine life. The cold did not dissipate or drift. It remained still, fixed in location, despite wind, tide, and current. Submersibles that entered the zone suffered electrical failures. One drone descended with an internal thermometer that, after crossing the cold boundary, dropped below measurable limits, before flatlining entirely. The body of the drone was recovered days later, its casing brittle, coated in a white, crystal-like frost unlike sea ice or salt. But what unnerved scientists most was the audio recording embedded in the drone's black box, a faint, chime-like sequence repeating every 9 seconds, low and melodic, like ice singing. There were no metal structures, no creatures, no current. Just sound and cold, together in a place they shouldn't be. Some theorize it is the remnant of a long-dead current. Others whisper it's a seal, keeping something frozen, not by accident, but by purpose. And the moment we disturb it, the warmth might return. Beneath the Blake Plateau, off the southeastern coast of the United States, an undersea mapping drone, scanning sediment layers, discovered what appeared to be an unnatural drop in the seabed, a vertical shaft that descended deeper than the instruments could measure, its walls too smooth, too perfect to be natural. The surrounding terrain was standard, unremarkable, a broad stretch of soft mud and limestone shelf, but at the coordinates where the anomaly was found, everything fell away. The shaft emitted no heat, no vibration, and gave back no sonar return after a certain depth. When researchers attempted to lower a camera into it, they watched as the signal began to fragment, not gradually but geometrically, sharp square glitches folding over one another, as if the footage were collapsing inward. At 1,800 meters down, contact was lost. The cable reeled back, unbroken but humming faintly, a low vibration that continued long after power was cut. Sediment samples taken from the edge of the hole contained fragments of crystalline compounds, not previously catalogued in oceanic geology, reflective under light, but pitch black in water. The crew described an overwhelming sensation while floating above it, not of fear, but of gravity misbehaving, like something was pulling their thoughts downward. Since then, the coordinates have been omitted from public marine maps. The data remains locked in a private archive, marked with one word: descending. Near the Azores, a region riddled with tectonic fractures and volcanic ridges, a multinational research expedition discovered what can only be described as a submerged garden, an open cavern 60 meters high and nearly 300 meters wide, filled with towering spire-like structures, coated in bioluminescent growths, and a floor of strangely uniform stones, accessed through a collapsed lava tube. The chamber shouldn't have existed. It was too vast, too oxygen-rich, and too illuminated for its depth. No external light reached the interior, yet visibility was flawless. The spires pulsed faintly in waves, their color shifting in response to diver movement, casting long shadows that seemed to twist independently. Samples taken from the growths dissolved in air, releasing a floral scent reminiscent of crushed orchids, though no known compound could account for it. Divers reported disorientation inside, with compasses spinning and sense of depth vanishing entirely. One diver's log recorded a voice, his own, repeating a phrase in a language he did not speak. The footage confirmed it. Upon exiting the chamber, 3 team members collapsed from severe fatigue, as if they had been down for hours, though the dive lasted only 42 minutes. The chamber was sealed shortly after, blamed on structural collapse. But none of the official footage was ever released. In diver circles, it is referred to quietly as the bloom, not because of what grew inside, but because of what felt like it was about to. Resting silently beneath silt layers in the Sulu Trench, beyond the reach of standard dredging and untouched by surrounding geological forces, lies a metallic cube no more than 2 meters across, perfectly forged, completely smooth, and composed of an alloy unknown to metallurgical science. It was discovered by accident during a mineral survey, when a sampling claw struck something that rang like struck bronze, yet resisted all pressure. When raised, it emitted no electromagnetic signature, no radiation, no heat. But it wasn't inert. For 6 hours after its recovery, every data logger aboard the ship began to desynchronize. Timestamps fractured, files duplicated with slight variations, as if the cube were interfering with time itself. A mechanical engineer aboard the vessel reported hearing sounds when alone with the object, high-frequency pings in sequences that repeated with rhythmic precision. Others described vague dreams of pressure, of being observed, of sinking infinitely without drowning. After 2 days, the cube was lowered back into the trench. Since then, no expedition has returned to retrieve it. A black dot remains marked on only one surviving sonar scan, labeled in shaky handwriting as anchor. No explanation has been given. Some believe it was a dropped satellite. Others say it was placed gently long ago, for reasons that were never meant to be understood. South of Borneo in the Java Sea, an underwater drone captured footage of a stone disc partially buried in the seafloor, carved with concentric rings and a spiral so fine it shimmered, even through layers of marine dust. At first assumed to be part of an old wreck, further analysis revealed that the disc was over 30 feet in diameter, completely flat, and made of a volcanic glass not native to the surrounding geography. The spiral's geometry matched no cultural artifact, no artistic tradition, and no natural erosion pattern. What made it more unsettling was the central depression, a circular void less than an inch deep, yet perfectly smooth and acoustically reflective. When a test probe pinged sonar toward the depression, the signal returned warped, fragmented, and seemingly encoded with harmonic overtones, a resonance that mimicked human voice range without forming words. Divers who approached the site described dizziness and a strange compulsion to touch the stone. One even reached for it unconsciously, only to be pulled back just before contact. When he surfaced, he claimed to remember standing on dry land, surrounded by water that reached only to the horizon, with the disc beneath his feet and the sky turning inward. The disc has since vanished. Whether buried by currents or moved by something else is unknown. The footage remains, locked away by the private research company that recorded it, uncredited and unclaimed. But those who've seen it agree, the disc wasn't forgotten, it was waiting. Near the blackest depths of the Kermadec Ridge, where pressure folds bone and even light fears to linger, an autonomous vehicle captured the briefest footage of a life form that has since become the subject of internal obsession among deep-sea biologists. The creature emerged from the trench wall, not swam from it, but emerged as if passing through stone without disturbing it. It was long, colourless, and featureless, aside from a single vertical slit, resembling an eye placed far too high along its translucent body. The creature did not flicker with light, nor did it flee. It simply turned, not with curiosity, but with slow precision, and fixed itself toward the camera. In that moment, the sub's internal temperature sensors dropped by 7 degrees, though the external environment remained stable. The footage, just 19 seconds, ended with a rapid burst of static that corrupted surrounding drives. Technicians recovered only the frame showing the eye, frozen mid-gaze, with pupils far too human to be evolutionary coincidence. The research team has since been disbanded, and the video was never released publicly. But whispers among those who have seen the raw file say the creature was not hunting. It was observing, as if seeing something return it hadn't expected, as if it knew the watchers. Drifting slowly through the Mozambique Channel, oceanographers, aboard a French research vessel, encountered a biological structure that defied all expectations, a floating sphere composed of thousands of thin, translucent tendrils, interwoven, unmoving, and perfectly circular, like a jellyfish, designed by symmetry itself. It didn't pulse or expand, and it cast no shadow despite full sunlight above. No current moved it. Fish swam around it cautiously, but none passed through. When a drone attempted to sample the edges, it bounced softly off the structure, as if meeting resistance from something that was both flexible and solid. After 15 minutes, the tendrils retracted all at once, curling inward with impossible speed, forming a ball no larger than a coin before sinking like a seed into the dark. The water around the site remained still for nearly an hour afterward, disturbed only by the uneasy shifting of nearby fish populations. Later analysis revealed trace elements not found in organic tissue, compounds found only in deep mantle rock, suggesting the structure had either risen from miles below or was assembled from parts that shouldn't belong to life. Biologists declined to classify it, but the captain logged a final note in the official report before sealing it. It wasn't alive, it was awake. Since then, no team has reported seeing the bloom again, but every research crew traveling that stretch now runs silent for 12 nautical miles, out of respect or fear for whatever still floats beneath. Beneath the sprawling Ross ice shelf in Antarctica, where no natural light penetrates, and the weight of centuries of frozen time presses downward, a subglacial rover deployed to monitor water salinity beneath the ice recorded a baffling anomaly. 3 pinpoints of light hovering in the pitch darkness, aligned in a triangle, and pulsing with deliberate rhythm. The vehicle's lights were disabled during a power-saving sequence, yet the glimmers continued to glow, visible even through thick mineral slush and ice clouding the lens. The lights blinked not with randomness, but in unison. 6 beats, pause, 6 again, over and over. When the rover approached, instruments registered a sudden drop in surrounding pressure, as if space itself were expanding slightly, a momentary pocket of difference. The lights then dimmed, not fading like distant bioluminescence, but vanishing mid-beat, as though they'd been switched off. Scientists initially dismissed it as optical noise, but in the days that followed, the drone's external casing exhibited molecular pitting, tiny symmetrical indentations spaced precisely 3.1 centimeters apart, in sets of 3. No material degradation was detected. It was as if something had touched it, not violently, but with inspection. The anomaly has not recurred, but those who reviewed the footage privately agreed on one point. The lights weren't passive. They were positioned, framed, as if facing the camera intentionally, as if observing who had entered their silence. Trapped beneath more than 2 miles of ice, Lake Vostok remained untouched by surface life for over 20 million years. An isolated sea beneath a frozen continent, unseen by sun or sky. When drilling finally reached its uppermost waters, pressure valves hissed with gases that hadn't kissed the air in epochs, and when researchers lowered a small probe into the breached cavity, they expected darkness. What they recorded instead was motion, light moving through water that should have been black as stone. A faint, shifting glow, neither yellow nor blue, drifted just beyond visibility, trailing soft arcs like a swimmer circling slowly at the edge of lamplight. The source was never found. No thermal vent could explain it. No bacterial reaction could move that fast. It wasn't constant. It pulsed, turned, and seemed to follow the probe's camera. For 7 minutes, it hovered just out of reach, then vanished when the probe's temperature sensors failed. When raised, the probe carried a smear of unknown protein across its lens, impossibly complex in structure, with repeating molecular patterns resembling a neural lattice. The lake was sealed again shortly afterward under international agreement. Officially, the project was paused due to contamination risks. Unofficially, team members refused to go near the equipment again. Some claimed they dreamed of swimming alone through glowing blackness, followed by something without sound. Others said nothing at all. But the footage remains, classified, locked, and those who have seen it admit only one thing: something down there knew they had arrived. In the sunlit shallows, just off the Aegean shelf, where visibility stretches for tens of meters, and divers often feel more in the air than in the sea, a marine biology team, documenting octopus migration, recorded something that would not be noticed until review: footage of a second silhouette in the background, moving with the exact rhythm of the diver, but with no source, no bubbles, no diver, no equipment, just a man-shaped shadow drifting across the seabed, matching movements with chilling precision, as though it were a reflection of something that hadn't been there. When the diver paused to inspect coral, the shadow paused. When he turned, the shape swayed slowly, not with natural inertia, but like a delayed echo. At one point, the real diver rose toward the surface, while the shadow remained beneath, still walking, step by step, into deeper blue. Sonar showed no other presence, and all 5 divers accounted for each other. When the footage was slowed frame by frame, the outline of the shadow sharpened briefly, revealing a narrow seam around the neck and shoulders, almost like fabric or skin stretched over something too thin. Local legend speaks of those who walk the floor, guardians or remnants of forgotten cities, sunken by wrath. But this wasn't ancient, it was current. The team scrubbed the footage before submission, but one still frame leaked online, showing the shadow's legs mid-step, knees bent, too far backward to be human. It was watching, or perhaps mimicking, and it was alone. While conducting standard deep-sea imaging in the Scotia Sea, an unmanned submersible recorded its own descent for archival purposes, a straight vertical drop into a previously unmapped trench. The footage was unremarkable. Dark ridges, soft silt, occasional flashes of plankton. Then, at 4,200 meters, 2 shadows passed over the sub, not quickly, like fish or marine mammals, but gliding, silent, side by side. Their shapes were undefined, long-limbed, and graceful in motion, yet they cast perfect silhouettes against the seafloor. The submersible, equipped with no external lights at that moment, shouldn't have created shadows, and nothing around it should have either. The trench was still, but the darkness moved with purpose. It curled, slowed, and vanished into the folds of the trench. Not like creatures fleeing light, but like beings disappearing deliberately. Analysts attempted to correct the footage, assuming internal interference, but the shadows grew clearer with each adjustment, revealing symmetrical limbs, elongated fingers, and no visible heads. One technician reversed the color grade and uncovered something more chilling. The shadows were not entirely opaque. Inside one, barely visible, were patterns, repeating lines etched like script, moving subtly like text, drifting on fabric in current. The submersible's audio sensors picked up a frequency spike at the moment of the shadow's passing, a low vibration oscillating at the exact resonance of human speech, but without words. The equipment was pulled. The trench has since been classified unstable due to tectonic risk. But no faults lie there, only silence, and perhaps something beneath it that moves when unlit. While charting underwater volcanic columns in the Gulf of California, a research team from a marine institute encountered a towering basalt spire that seemed to consume sound itself, dubbed the Mute Column. It rose nearly 60 meters from the seafloor, narrow and black as scorched iron. But what made it anomalous wasn't its size. It was the fact that all audio equipment ceased functioning within 20 meters of it. Not malfunctioning, silencing. Hydrophones recorded nothing. Not static. Not feedback. Nothing. Divers inside the column's acoustic shadow described an overwhelming stillness that affected even internal perception. The sound of their own breathing became uncertain. Their heartbeat dulled, as if the world had lost its echo. One diver attempted to communicate with hand signals, but the others later claimed they had no memory of his gestures, as though time moved differently within that space. Even sonar pulses sent toward the column were swallowed. No return ping, no scatter, just empty void. The column appeared carved, with unnaturally smooth sides and 4 equidistant vertical grooves running from base to tip, each filled with mineral deposits that shimmered faintly under lamplight. When a probe attempted to scrape a sample, it simply shut down, power drained entirely, as though the material itself rejected intrusion. The team returned to the surface early, unnerved and exhausted. The data log from the dive was entirely intact, except for one 5-minute gap in the middle of the encounter, during which every timestamp froze. It was as if time and sound paused there, just for a moment, without asking. Off the eastern coast of England lies Dogger Bank, a shallow, sediment-rich area known for centuries of shipwrecks, storm groundings, and maritime folklore. But among the rusted graves of long-dead vessels lies one wreck unlike the others, completely intact, its hull still sealed, its mast risen like a hand trying to breach the surface. When discovered by accident in 2015, sonar scans returned confused data, blurred, hesitant, and distorted, despite clear visibility and stable current. Divers sent to investigate reported the water growing unnaturally still within meters of the hull. Radios failed. Light dimmed. Voices could not be heard, not even shouting, inches from a companion's face. Sound refused to travel. When a diver tapped on the hull with a metal rod, the vibration stopped mid-transmission, as if swallowed in the space between. Inside the wreck, no damage was visible, but walls appeared warped, bent inward slightly, not by force, but by pressure that came and left without trauma. One diver claimed he heard a tone, not a sound exactly, but a sensation of tone in his jawbone, like a low hum trying to become voice. After the dive, 2 crew members developed auditory hallucinations, echoes that followed them in silence, faint footsteps in quiet rooms, whispers that ceased when addressed. The wreck has since become a ghost site, avoided by fishing vessels and research craft alike. No official designation has been assigned, but in private logs, it bears the codename SV No Echo. It remains untouched, and the sea above it stays strangely calm. Somewhere within the crushing blue, between the Sulu archipelago and Borneo, in the abyssal region of the Celebes Sea, divers have reported a baffling phenomenon: light bending upward from below. During a routine descent to install a monitoring buoy, a research team noticed that as they crossed the 2,000 meter mark, the water below began to emit a pale radiance, not reflected light, not bioluminescence, but a steady glow that increased the deeper they went. Their instruments showed no thermal activity, no volcanic vent, and yet the light came, cool in tone, unmoving, as if cast by an invisible sun, resting beneath the trench. Most unsettling was the discovery that shadows began to form above them, diver bodies casting silhouettes upward, as though the sea had flipped its laws without warning. Camera footage confirmed the effect. Light climbed instead of falling, casting a world beneath that glowed with unnatural balance. One diver described the sensation of falling upward, vertigo settling in so severely that he had to be pulled back. During review, the team noticed that the timestamp of the footage during the glow was delayed, frames stretching slightly, audio slowing by a fraction of a second. The dive was cut short. Subsequent descents found nothing. The glow was gone, the water had returned to normal. But for a few hours, it had rewritten the rules of perception. Not just seen, but felt. Not just light, but the memory of something being exposed from below. In the icy reaches of the Arctic Ocean, where the Beaufort Gaia slowly rotates under a lid of thick sea ice and frigid silence, a Canadian expedition tracking freshwater pulses through satellite-monitored drones reported a singular and impossible event. Beneath the ice, a perfect spiral of light bloomed across the ocean surface, like a nautilus pattern drawn in phosphorescent ink, rotating counterclockwise at a fixed rate. The spiral wasn't projected from above. There were no aerial sources. It came from beneath the ice, but above the water, glowing faintly and slowly widening. The ice in the region was solid, more than 3 meters thick, yet the light passed through it cleanly, as though the structure of the ice were temporarily made translucent. The spiral lasted 21 minutes. Then it retracted, line by line, until nothing remained but darkness and the crunch of flow shifting. Drones sent beneath the site recorded abnormal salinity spikes and a strange rhythmic pressure wave, pulsing like a heartbeat too slow for any living creature. The footage captured by satellite was immediately sealed. The official explanation was dismissed as light refraction caused by fractured ice, but team members reported that compasses in their jackets spun freely for hours afterward. One technician compared the spiral to an optical response, a dilation of something vast looking upward, adjusting to exposure. They left the area. The gyre continued to rotate, but those who saw the light agree, it wasn't an event, it was a response. In the remote stillness of the Angola Basin, where light never pierces and currents slide like forgotten threads, a set of tall, pillar-like structures were discovered, rising from the seafloor, each identical in height, each spaced evenly apart, and each carved with vertical ridges that shimmered slightly under submersible lights. Their arrangement was so precise that the initial reaction was disbelief. Nature rarely favors geometry. The team aboard the research vessel Atlantis mapped the structures and returned days later for deeper imaging. But the pillars had moved, subtly. Their positions now formed a spiral, not a line, still clean, still impossibly deliberate. No earthquake had shaken them. No drag marks existed in the silt. It was as if they had pivoted and relocated of their own accord. More unsettling was that 2 of the original 12 pillars were gone entirely. No debris, no collapse, just absence. The submersible's motion footage showed nothing, no movement, no flicker. But when analyzed frame by frame, one frame displayed the faintest distortion between pillars 3 and 4, a ripple, not of water, but of space, as if the image had folded briefly. The remaining pillars have since been remapped, and again their positions changed. Their shape now arcs slightly toward the drop-off into the trench. One scientist described it not as a structure, but as choreography, a dance being performed so slowly, it only appears still until you measure it again. No one has dared return to measure a third time. Southeast of the Andaman Islands, divers exploring a submerged rock formation reported seeing strange angular symbols etched into the stone, neither letters nor images, but configurations of lines and curves, arranged in repeating patterns that stretched for hundreds of meters. They appeared as grooves in the coral-blackened surface, lit dimly by underwater strobes. The team took photographs, made notes, then rose for decompression. When they descended again later that day, the grooves were gone, not eroded, gone. The surface where they had been was perfectly smooth, no trace of disturbance. Thinking they had erred in location, they reviewed the photos. The symbols were there, unmistakable. They returned the next day, still gone. On the fourth dive they reappeared, but changed. The symbols were different now, rearranged. One diver described them as more complete, like a language building itself slowly. Their spacing had also shifted. What was once a grid now curved, drawing inward like a spiral of script. The crew marked their positions carefully, and placed beacons beside the largest carving. By the next dive the beacons were still there, but the grooves had again vanished. This time a thin red residue coated the rock, soft, waxy and impossible to sample. The lead diver refused to continue the expedition, claiming he had dreamt of the symbols rearranging themselves across his own skin, folding over his arms and chest like a tattoo he'd never agreed to wear. The mission was scrapped. The coordinates remain unmarked on official charts, but divers nearby now speak of the place that edits itself, as if the sea too can draft and revise. Beneath the ink-dark waters of the central Baltic Sea, resting at a depth where salt cannot rot and light cannot reach, lies a shipwreck that shouldn't be as intact as it is. Wooden vessels decay in decades, metal ones rust and peel like old fruit. But this one, an unflagged early 19th century brig of unknown registry, remains in perfect condition, its planks sealed, its sails draped softly against the hull like they'd just been dropped. The vessel was found by accident during a pipeline survey, its silhouette revealed on side-scan sonar, eerily crisp, too detailed, like a shadow of something still alive. Divers sent to inspect it reported no marine growth, no barnacles, no algae film. The rope was still coiled, the doors were closed, the wood had no give, as though petrified by time itself. One diver touched the helm, and claimed it turned without resistance, the motion so fluid it felt guided. Yet when the crew attempted to document the dive, their footage returned washed in pale green interference, every frame marked by a subtle vibration, like the ship pulsed with its own heartbeat. One team member refused to speak afterward, later found in his bunk writing the same line over and over. It hasn't left. No registration could be found, and the vessel bore no name. Official reports were never filed. It now appears only on classified maritime scans, labeled not as a hazard, but as a placeholder, a reminder that not everything beneath the water surrenders to time. Far south, where the Atlantic kisses the Antarctic, in currents that carry nothing but darkness and freezing silence, lies a wreck that defies natural decay and human explanation. The ship rests in deep drift, unburied by silt, untouched by life. Discovered by an Argentinian sonar vessel, charting glacial scarring, the structure appeared far too large for any known class. Longer than a battleship, hull lined with panels of black metal that shimmered like coal in starlight. Divers could not descend due to current and depth, but drones were sent. What they returned with was stranger than the ship's pristine state. Reflections. The drone lights bounced in ways that bent back, like mirrors folding in on themselves. The footage showed rivets and bolts that didn't rust, ropes that hadn't unraveled, and lifeboats still tethered to their braces. The nameplate had no letters, just a single carved ring, circled twice, with no cultural equivalent. One drone's camera caught a figure standing mid-deck, motionless, arms to its side. Another angle showed nothing there. The drone lost power before it could investigate. Upon retrieval, its exterior was ice cold, colder than the surrounding seawater, with fine frost formed in spirals around the lens. No wreck that old should survive the deep's corrosive hunger, and yet it remains, drifting slightly, never grounded, like it's waiting for a departure that hasn't been called. Researchers have since refused to log it as a ship. They refer to it now only as the one that won't sink, and it never has. In a quiet zone, southeast of Bermuda, a routine scientific vessel, tracking ocean salinity, drifted into a patch of deep water, where GPS ceased to function, cut not by interference, but by a total absence of signal, as if satellites no longer recognized the ship's location. Compasses began to spin, clocks ran backward, and the ship's autopilot traced a perfect circle for 2 hours before the crew noticed they had returned to their starting coordinates, with no visual reference for the loop. There was no current, no storm, just a stretch of ocean that seemed to erase directional intent. When manual control was attempted, the helm stiffened. Engines engaged normally, but the ship would not steer. The crew floated in silence, no sound but their own unease, until, without warning, the navigation systems flickered back online. They had moved almost 30 nautical miles off course, and yet, by engine log, had burned no extra fuel. Sonar scans showed a faint depression beneath the water, like a shallow dish pressed into the seabed, though no seamount or fault existed. The logbook described it as a whirlpool made of nothing. Subsequent vessels have passed near the coordinates and reported brief moments of directional confusion, like a whisper against the compass needle. Some believe the area masks magnetic fields. Others think it's an echo of something old and cyclical, turning far beneath the surface, keeping time in loops no map can hold. Along the freezing boundary of the Weddell Sea, where Antarctic waters churn in deep, forgotten gyres, vessels have reported entering a zone where not a single compass will hold true. Magnetic north fractures, splits into fragments, and dances between bearings. Analog needles spin without friction. Digital navigation reports errors, or simply defaults to blank screens. One research icebreaker, attempting to chart the seabed, found itself circling the same iceberg 3 times before realizing the vessel was unintentionally looping. A crew member spotted what appeared to be a floating beacon, then realized it was their own equipment, previously released, and now inexplicably ahead of them. This drift continued until the ship reversed course entirely and regained direction outside the anomaly. The strangest report came from a sailor reviewing coordinates, who noted that for a brief 20-minute window, their latitude and longitude flickered between 2 impossible locations, one somewhere near the Weddell and the other beneath the Indian Ocean, thousands of miles away. The log, time-stamped and independently verified, showed no signs of tampering. Scientists dismissed it as software corruption due to cold weather interference, but the sailor described a moment where the horizon folded, like sky and sea no longer agreed on the rules of separation. The area is no longer used for positioning equipment. Mariners now refer to it as the compass grave, not because direction is lost, but because orientation itself seems to become negotiable, as if the ocean in certain places decides where you are, and when. Deep within the steep walls of the Norwegian Trench, hydroacoustic monitors were placed to study undersea landslides, but instead of geological rumblings, they recorded something stranger. A 2-tone sequence that echoed through the depths at almost perfect intervals, every 47 seconds. At first believed to be a natural resonance or thermal vent pressure, the pattern began to shift subtly over several hours, adjusting in pitch and rhythm, as if listening to itself. Then, after a period of silence, the monitors captured a secondary tone, distant and fainter, but identical in pattern, as if something had begun replying from deeper in the trench. What began as a lone signal evolved into a dialogue. The tones would shift in pitch, then the echo would shift to match. When the original tone paused, so did the reply. Researchers observed no vessel traffic, no fault line movement, and no marine life that could account for the pattern. One audio technician described it as a slow conversation between machines that didn't know they were being heard. After a full day of response, the second tone stopped. The first emitted one final signal, long, low, like a drawn-out breath, and then silence. Since then, the trench has remained quiet. Yet hydrophones placed months later recorded a different anomaly, an echo of the same tones, now playing backward, as if the ocean were reviewing its own memory, asking itself what it had just heard. In the fog-heavy waters of the Sea of Okhotsk, researchers using deep-water sonar to study crust shifts picked up what sounded like a routine navigation ping, brief, metallic, too sharp to be natural. But it wasn't coming from their equipment. The ping repeated every 5 minutes, with exact timing. Thinking it was another ship, they sent out a standard response tone. What followed wasn't an acknowledgement, but a mimic. The same ping echoed back, identical in pitch and duration, but delayed by exactly 19 seconds. The team tested it again, altering pitch, shortening duration, and every new signal was returned precisely, but always with that same delay. This continued for 2 hours. What unnerved the crew was not the response, but the consistency, as if something deep below wasn't just echoing, but learning. Then the signal changed. The final ping returned distorted, no longer sharp but stretched and modulated, like it had been passed through a filter built by something that didn't understand sound as humans do. The sonar monitor glitched once, just a flicker, but afterward, the original ping never returned. Audio files of the exchange revealed strange harmonic artifacts in the final echo, forming shapes under spectrographic analysis. Some compared them to whale calls, others to encoded data, but the most unsettling theory came from a communications engineer, who noted that the response pattern bore resemblance to call and response exercises used in early machine learning. He wrote, "It wasn't a sonar reply, it was imitation, it was listening, then it tried. The signal has not returned since." In the remote Tasman expanse, where wind-tossed swells rise without warning and disappear just as quickly, satellite imagery once revealed a square patch of ocean, perfectly still, unmoving, entirely flat, measuring nearly 1 square kilometer. While everything around it danced with chop and foam, this patch was mirror-like, untouched by current or breeze. At first dismissed as a trick of shadow or cloud, the phenomenon was confirmed days later by a passing weather reconnaissance plane. The pilot described it as unnaturally still, like staring at black glass. A research vessel was dispatched. As they approached the coordinates, they found resistance, not in wave, but in movement. The water beneath them grew sluggish, syrupy. Propellers churned without speed, the vessel crawling forward as if dragging weight through oil. When sonar was used, it returned flatline readings, not emptiness, just refusal. When a drone was dropped into the water, it slowed visibly before disappearing from sight, though it had only descended 20 meters. No connection was lost, but the camera feed returned only a shimmer, as if it were surrounded by blurred distortion, light refusing to bend correctly. After 6 minutes, the drone shut down entirely, pressure sensors returning impossible values, 0.0, despite being fully submerged. The team pulled back. Within an hour, the square patch of water had resumed normal wave behavior. Wind returned, swells reappeared, but to this day, the area remains flagged on internal maritime charts, not as hazard, not as anomaly, just a single word: thick. West of the Antarctic Peninsula, in the Bellingshausen Sea, an unmanned buoy array once detected a localized water temperature spike so severe it registered as boiling, despite ambient surface temperatures hovering just above freezing. Yet, no steam rose, no bubbling occurred. The sea remained glassy and calm, reflecting the overcast sky with eerie tranquility. Multiple sensors confirmed the temperature, 102 degrees Celsius, but with no corresponding atmospheric shift, as if the heat existed only in data, not in nature. A weather drone sent to the site recorded no visual disturbance, but its onboard thermometer registered identical readings. Then it froze. Literally. Its systems locked mid-flight, battery drained to zero, and it plummeted into the warm sea. Hours later, it was recovered on the ice shelf, nearly 6 kilometers away, encased in frost. The onboard memory was corrupted, except for a single corrupted file repeatedly labeled invert. Scientists reviewing the event theorized a sudden venting of geothermal energy, but seismographs showed no disturbance, no tremor, no plume. Others suggested a magnetic anomaly, but none could explain why fish surrounding the zone were found to have suffered cellular collapse, as if pressure, not temperature, had shifted. One biologist remarked, "They weren't boiled, they were emptied." The ocean has never repeated the event, and the instruments placed afterward have never agreed again. One always reads high, one always reads low, and the third, it simply blinks, green, then red, then off. Southeast of New Caledonia, in the Tasman Sea, A group of mariners aboard a private exploration vessel swore they saw land, low hills, dense foliage, birds wheeling in the sky, rising from the mist like a long-lost isle. They changed course, drew closer, and logged coordinates. As they approached, sonar showed shallow water, confirming what they saw: coastline. But just as they prepared to anchor, the island shimmered, softened, and blurred into open sea. No beach, no trees, no sign of disturbance. They circled the area and found nothing. Satellite confirmation, requested later, showed only empty water at the logged coordinates. And yet the ship's instruments had recorded depth changes, heat signatures, and ambient noise consistent with shoreline life. Birds, wind, the hush of waves breaking. Even stranger, one crew member had sketched the island during the approach. Weeks later, when reviewing historical cartography for similar shapes, he found a match, a long-forgotten entry on an 1825 British chart, marked simply Tira's Breath, an island no longer acknowledged by any navy or nation. Attempts to relocate the site failed. It appears in no database, no GPS, but other sailors, long before or long after, have logged similar coordinates with the same words scrawled in the margins. Visible, not real, not permanent, just visible, when the ocean permits it. Northwest of Madagascar, in waters thoroughly mapped and frequently travelled, a coral reef appeared. Overnight, a yacht equipped with seabed imaging sailed through the area and recorded reef structures towering nearly 20 meters below the surface, vibrant with marine life and untouched by fishing or anchors. The captain, perplexed by its absence from charts, marked the site and shared the data with local maritime authorities. Divers later descended to confirm and found nothing. Open water, flat bottom, no coral, no fish. Yet, the imaging data was irrefutable. The reef had structure, mass, color. One video frame showed a school of fish behaving strangely, swimming in perfect circles, not around visible terrain, but in a hollow path that matched the dimensions of the missing reef. Even more bizarre, a follow-up satellite image captured during the discovery window showed a faint shadow beneath the water, matching the shape of the reef exactly. Geologists speculated it might be a misread seamount or a mirage caused by thermal inversion, but a thermal scan revealed no such distortion. One biologist noted that the reef's coral patterns visible in the sonar scan matched no known genus, and yet they looked cultivated, placed, like something built, not grown. Local fishermen now avoid the coordinates entirely, muttering that the sea sometimes remembers places before the land does. When asked what it means, one old captain said only, "Not all land begins above water, some waits its turn." The reef has not been seen since. In the grey expanse of the Labrador Sea, where fog lies flat against the water like a second sky, vessels occasionally report something stranger than weather, hallucinations that infect the entire crew, spreading silently like a fever that doesn't raise temperature, but lowers certainty. One such incident involved a small oceanographic ship sailing through calm waters when visibility began to dim, not from mist, but from what they described as fog inside the glass. Instruments remained accurate, charts aligned, but the crew began seeing people who weren't there. Figures on the deck, reflections that mimicked their gestures half a second too late. One crew member claimed to see his own face watching him through the porthole, though no one stood outside. The ship's medic recorded 13 separate accounts of voices heard just beneath the waterline, calm, conversational, speaking in tones too muted to identify. None of it was logged in the final report, but the ship's black box, normally containing navigation and engine telemetry, contained an audio file labeled heartrace.wave. No one on board recalled creating it. When played, it consisted of a steady thumping beat, like sonar, but wet, organic, irregular. Acousticians later stated the pattern matched the rhythm of REM sleep. The captain retired the same year. He would only say, "I've never slept again without dreaming in fog." No official warning exists for the Labrador Sea, but crews crossing its path often double-check the mirrors, just to be sure it's only their own eyes looking back. South of New Zealand, where the seafloor surges into the Chatham Rise, fishing trawlers occasionally report a phenomenon too surreal to document, yet too repeated to dismiss: water that sings. Not wind, not wail, but song. Thin and wavering like a woman humming just out of sight. The sound emerges only when all engines stop. During the quietest moments of slack tide, some hear melody, soft and slow, others hear layered harmonies, like a forgotten choir submerged for centuries. What links every report is the effect. Those who hear it become detached, not in fear but in fascination. One captain logged that his first mate stood motionless for 30 full minutes, staring into the water, eyes wide, tears running. When finally pulled back to the deck, he whispered, "I almost remembered." Divers have refused to enter the water after hearing it, claiming the sound feels like memory you didn't make. Audio recordings captured nothing, only low pressure hiss, but personal cameras left running on deck recorded themselves switching on and off as if trying to blink. One deckhand later said the sea sang to him about a place he had never been, a childhood he'd never had. He quit sailing a week later. Some scientists blame infrasound harmonics combined with the ocean's pressure changes. But those who have heard it, truly heard it, don't ask why. They ask when it will return, and whether next time they'll follow it under. During a coastal survey off the Patagonian shelf, a research drone recorded footage of a sea creature moving against the current in perfectly synchronized spirals, its body long and translucent, marked by a set of fins shaped like coiling ribbons that unfurled as it moved. The footage was remarkable not just for the beauty of the motion, but for the impossibility of it. No known species propels itself that way, with each turn accelerating without visible effort. Its length was estimated at over 30 meters, yet no shadow formed beneath it. The creature passed the drone, circled once, then vanished upward into brighter water rather than downward into darkness. The biologists aboard were stunned, not just by what they saw, but by what the system showed afterward. The footage timestamp had reset. What was a 52-second clip was marked at 0, as if it had no origin. When the team attempted to analyze the organism's physiology, every frame broke into glitching light bands at the moment of closest proximity. Still images captured portions of its shape, but when fed into recognition software, the program froze. Zoological databases found no correlation. Since then, the team has referred to the creature not by a Latin name, but by a symbol, a spiral drawn with 3 breaks, marked on the research logs, with no classification. The shelf has yielded no second sighting, and some suggest it wasn't a creature at all, but a behavior, a movement that wore a body just long enough to be seen. Near the edges of the Celtic Shelf, where the North Atlantic begins to deepen without apology, a trawling vessel accidentally brought up something clinging to the side of its net. A soft, semi-translucent organism with 4 tendrils and a central core that pulsed like a weak heart. Its entire body was no larger than a football, yet embedded along the inside of each tendril were rows of what looked like eyes, perfectly spherical, blue-hued, and blinking asynchronously. The deckhands initially believed it to be a malformed jellyfish, until the creature twisted, not randomly, but with pattern tendrils, weaving together, like fingers to shield its core, as if aware it was being watched. Within minutes, its color began to drain, turning chalk white, and before researchers could begin examination, the body dissolved into a fine mucus foam, leaving only a wet outline across the metal deck. Samples collected from the residue revealed no DNA structure, recognizable by marine biology standards, no nucleus, no replication function. It was as if the creature hadn't been alive in the traditional sense, but animated by something else. One crewman who had made direct contact with the specimen claimed to hear whispering afterward, not out loud, but inside the pressure of his skull, like tinnitus woven into speech. He was released from duty shortly after. Since then, sightings of similar forms have been whispered by other trawlers, always described as too aware to be drift, and always gone before they can be held. The sea, it seems, sometimes invents life for just a moment, just long enough to remind us that not everything alive plans to stay. In the dark complexity of the Timor Basin, a sensor array was deployed to monitor minor undersea currents. Nothing unusual, just water motion, layered and shifting. Yet what they recorded was anything but. One current traced a perfect loop over the course of 18 days, returning to the exact coordinates it started from, carrying with it not debris or silt, but a single object, a length of twisted rope not native to the area's known vessels, frayed and soaked in brine, but tied at one end in a sailor's knot, long outdated by modern seamanship. The rope had no growth on it, no barnacles, no algae, and no trace of age. It looked newly dropped, except there were no boats nearby. The current was traced again, and again the rope returned. It had disappeared mid-cycle, reappearing only at the conclusion of the pattern, always at the center of the loop, as though it had never left. On the third pass, the object changed. It was now a small oiled cloth bag, sealed, and within it a rusted whistle, corroded into silence. The current was shut down from further study, marked unstable, but rumors spread. One technician joked the current was remembering, bringing back lost items from somewhere else. But a diver assigned to collect the third return object refused to touch it, claiming the water around it felt crowded, like something unseen was swimming with him, pulling him forward with the current, but never ahead of it. Northwest of the Scotia Arc, a wide, slow-moving current, known for carrying iceberg debris, abruptly reversed direction. Not in speed, but in logic. Objects thrown into it did not drift away as expected. They paused mid-water, hovered, and after hours or days, returned, sometimes altered. One expedition dropped a weighted beacon, fitted with a tracking chip. The chip vanished from the map. 6 days later, a nearly identical beacon surfaced 22 nautical miles from its drop point, with no serial number, no rust, and a weight 6% lighter than the original. It functioned perfectly, but bore one difference. The onboard clock, previously set to coordinated universal time, now ticked backwards for 2 minutes every hour, before resuming normal function. A team of physicists was brought in, and for a brief period, the current became a testing ground. Items lowered, retrieved, and catalogued. But then something came back they hadn't sent. A canvas tool pouch, full of aged maritime equipment, calipers, rope gauge, navigation ring, all with markings from the early 1800s, none of which matched any known ship registry. Even stranger, the pouch was dry, as though it had never touched water. The current has since been declared off limits, and local fishermen say it has a mind of its own. They don't use the word haunted, they say borrowed, because that water doesn't take. It tests, it returns, and not always the same. During an expedition to the mid-Atlantic ridge near the Azores, a team of researchers prepared to deploy a suite of hydrophones designed to capture long-range undersea sound propagation. The equipment was still aboard the ship, unpowered, disconnected, when the main console began registering incoming signals, not static, not mechanical interference, but patterns, steady, rising tones, followed by silence, repeating every 11 minutes. The system had no reason to be receiving anything. It wasn't operational, and yet the readings were clear, recorded across multiple computers. Some believed a rogue broadcast was being picked up, or that previous test data had become lodged in memory. But the lead technician insisted everything was clean. The signals grew stronger as the crew lowered the hydrophones into the sea. But before they reached depth, the signals stopped. Once deployed, the ocean was silent. Playback of the earlier phantom data showed a distinct harmonic structure, rising intervals in odd numbers, always ending on the same tone. A spectrogram analysis revealed a visual signature that looked like a spiral closing in on itself. It was never received again. When the data was isolated, a timestamp error was discovered. It was marked as originating 12 hours before the vessel arrived. Somehow, the signal had been waiting before the listening even began. One crew member wrote in his log, It knew we'd be listening. It just didn't wait to be asked. It knew we'd be listening. It just didn't wait to be asked. A deep-sea observation project in the Philippine Basin planned to install a long-term listening station designed to detect microseismic tremors, but a day before the equipment was activated, nearby seismic buoys not connected to the project began registering short, rhythmic vibrations. Each one occurred at exactly 24-minute intervals, not strong enough to be tectonic, not random enough to be background noise. They seemed artificial. The team assumed the vibrations were an echo from offshore drilling or mechanical equipment, but no vessels were in the area, no engines, no infrastructure. The signals stopped exactly 3 minutes after the station was powered on. When engineers analyzed the internal drives, they found a temporary system file had been created and deleted, bearing the name firstcontact.txt. No one had programmed such a file. Its metadata listed a creation date 1 month before the drive had even been manufactured. Authorities dismissed the event as user error. The station recorded nothing unusual for the remainder of the mission. But one night, during playback checks, a technician isolated a sound from background noise. A soft metallic tapping buried deep in static. Slowed down, it formed a perfect Morse sequence. Translated, it repeated a single word. Still, the technician quit days later, refusing to return to the sea. He claimed the signal wasn't waiting to be found. It was waiting to be heard, and it began before anything human had spoken. Sailing near the rim of the Aleutian Trench, a crew of experienced deep-sea fishers encountered a drifting fog bank, so dense, it turned daylight into a dull, weightless grey. As they entered the fog, the first mate noticed something strange. An aroma, not the usual salt and diesel, but a deep, floral scent, not pungent, not spoiled, sweet, warm, reminiscent of crushed lilies or sun-warmed citrus bark, but more ancient somehow, like a memory of something long extinct. The scent was so thick it clung to clothes, to skin. Several crew members reported mild euphoria, followed by nausea. The fog lingered for 40 minutes, and when it lifted, the scent remained. Deck tools were slippery, coated in an oily sheen that smelled the same. Samples were taken, but by the time they reached port, the scent had vanished, and the residue had crystallized into brittle yellow shards that resisted chemical analysis. One crewman confessed he had smelled the exact same thing once before, during a childhood dream. Another reported hearing faint chimes while standing near the bow. No metal, no bell, just tone, synchronized with the waves. Since then, the region has gained a nickname among passing sailors, the Garden. It appears only in silence, and never repeats itself in the same location. And those who pass through say the scent isn't just pleasant, it's personal, like something beneath the sea is trying to be remembered by smell alone. In the wide body of water between Madagascar and mainland Africa, a scientific vessel conducting plankton surveys reported an invisible anomaly, a stretch of open sea where the air carried the sharp saccharine scent of burned sugar and scorched cinnamon bark. At first, the team assumed they had drifted near an illegal burn or distant smoke trail, but there was no smoke, no fire, just an endless horizon and water like glass. Atmospheric sensors detected nothing unusual, no airborne particles, no change in temperature or wind. Yet the scent grew stronger, curling through every vent and seam in the ship, coating throats, stinging eyes. One marine chemist compared it to molasses boiled over coals. The scent lingered for 2 days. Despite heavy rain, it grew strongest between midnight and 3 a.m., during which several crew members claimed to smell it even in their dreams. 2 fell ill with high fevers and vivid hallucinations of towering plumes of liquid rising from the sea, not as waves, but as curtains, each threaded with red smoke. When one of the team attempted to collect air samples at the scent's peak, their instruments registered an energy pulse, brief, unfocused, like a static surge from the depths. Upon review, the scent showed trace notes of benzaldehyde and other compounds known only in artificial flavoring, but none should have existed in open ocean. The area is now marked on some internal maps, not as a danger zone, but as a curiosity, circled in red with a simple note, "Sweet fire, recurring." Midway through a long-range hydrographic mission in the Bay of Bengal, a survey ship reported an occurrence so subtle it nearly went unnoticed: a perfectly vertical column of water, rising several meters from the sea's surface, without current, splash, or sound. It wasn't a geyser, it wasn't a wave, it was as if a section of ocean had decided to stand. No mist, no foam, just clear, still water stretching upward, in silence. The crew initially thought it an illusion, heat shimmer perhaps, until radar confirmed the structure's presence. It lasted 28 seconds before collapsing, not downward, but inward, folding into itself, and vanishing with no trace. Days later, reviewing sonar logs, they found a spike in density exactly beneath the anomaly, as if a mass of liquid had displaced itself in reverse. Later, satellite imaging showed faint circular ripples emanating from that position, perfectly symmetrical, despite no recorded seismic activity. The event never repeated, but nearby vessels now passed the region with caution. Some sailors believe the ocean sometimes remembers to misbehave. Others claim it wasn't water rising at all, but something trying to form, something that failed, or was interrupted. In the polar stillness of the Chukchi Plateau, where ice moves like language, and time slows beneath the surface, a Russian icebreaker observed a vast patch of sea beginning to pulse. The surface lifted, not violently, but rhythmically, rising and falling, as if the ocean itself were breathing. No wind, no swell. The phenomenon spanned nearly 2 kilometers, an invisible diaphragm inhaling once every 12 seconds. Instruments showed no pressure, variation, no subsea disturbance. Yet the elevation of the water was measurable, 65 centimeters of vertical rise with each breath-like motion. When the icebreaker approached, all onboard compasses drifted 5 degrees off true north. Internal time logs began to stutter, duplicating entries. The crew became nauseous, disoriented. One officer claimed the stars overhead shimmered, not with light, but with movement, tilting slowly, like a dome rotating. The sea's movement continued for 43 minutes, then ceased. In its wake, they found a patch of unusually warm water, 2 degrees above surrounding temperatures, and a thin film of pale grey foam with a consistency like breath vapor. Some hypothesized an underground gas release. Others believed it was a unique hydrodynamic pulse. But one crewman, who never returned to sea, said only this: it felt like the ocean was preparing to speak, and then it changed its mind. While conducting a deep seismic mapping survey off the coast of Cape Hatteras, a geological drone scanning a sediment cliff face along the abyssal plain captured imagery of something impossible. 2 massive, interlocked circular objects embedded in stone, each lined with evenly spaced spokes, like gear teeth. Their orientation suggested movement once occurred, one slightly recessed behind the other, as if part of a larger unseen mechanism. The gears were partially fossilized into the seabed, fused with basalt, in a manner no known metallurgy could explain. Attempts to extract a sample from the surrounding rock caused sudden and unexplained sonar disruption. For 11 minutes, every echo sent from the drone failed to return, as though the cliff had stopped reflecting sound entirely. When contact resumed, the objects were still there, unchanged, but now surrounded by a fine mist of suspended particles, glowing faintly under the drone's low-frequency lamps. A review of past geological records showed that in every previous sonar pass over the site, the feature hadn't existed. It had either emerged recently, or begun to show itself. No movement has ever been recorded, yet marine geologists insist erosion could not have shaped them. Their spacing is too perfect, their depth too specific. The team abandoned the study soon after. In an internal report, one researcher wrote, "If these ever turned, they would have moved more than just water." The coordinates are now redacted from public archives, not for secrecy, but because no one wants to risk reminding the sea that something might still be waiting to continue. Buried deep beneath the shifting crust of the Scotia Plate, A heat mapping survey meant to monitor volcanic vents stumbled upon a vast ring, nearly half a kilometer in diameter, sitting perfectly level atop a flat stone shelf. The formation, first assumed to be a mineral deposit, revealed itself as something far more intricate upon closer inspection. A symmetrical wheel with 8 evenly spaced spokes, radiating from a central disc raised slightly above the ocean floor. The outer edge was scalloped, etched with repeating shapes too worn to decipher, and the wheel itself emitted a faint thermal signature, despite no tectonic activity in the area. When the drone attempted to orbit it, every pass resulted in minor interference, static creep on the camera, audio clicks like slow, distant grinding. There was no vibration, no movement, yet the sediment at the base showed no accumulation. It had not been buried. It had always been exposed, clean, untouched by centuries of drifting detritus. Some suspected ancient technology. Others believed it a natural phenomenon sculpted by chance. But one analyst, after layering multiple sonar slices, found something darker. The spokes didn't radiate equally. They tilted, ever so slightly, as if angled towards something buried far below, not random, aligned, like a key fitting into a chamber not yet unlocked. Further exploration was halted. The final report labeled it structural anomaly, passive, but the operator who first reviewed the footage said something different before resigning. It's not what it does, it's what it waits for. Over decades, sailors who navigate the Kuril Drift, where Pacific tides fold tightly around volcanic archipelagos, have whispered of a strange phenomenon, not spoken during daylight: shared dreams. Fishermen, research crews, and military personnel passing through the region report eerily similar night visions, descending a black stairwell made not of stone or wood, but something softer, wet like sea sponge, and yet rigid beneath their feet. The stairwell spirals downward endlessly, surrounded by pressure so immense it presses against their dreams, like depth on a submarine hull. All dreamers recall a presence following behind, never glimpsed directly, only known by the echo of steps not their own. The bottom is never reached. The few who claim to have seen further describe a final turn of the spiral revealing a mouth, immense, stone-ringed, and open like a forgotten well glowing faintly, with bioluminescent blue. No one in these dreams ever steps forward. They always wake at that edge. What makes this more than legend is that these descriptions come from individuals decades apart, nations apart, men and women who have never met, who speak different languages, but whose journals, when compared, align almost word for word. Psychologists blame sensory deprivation, the rocking of the ship, or deep subconscious fear of the ocean. But the spiral always returns. One sailor, after dreaming of the stair for 7 nights straight, refused to sleep again at sea. His log ended with a final line: "It's not a dream, it's a summons." In the cold waters of the Drake Passage, where the Antarctic swells tear wind into ribbon, crews have quietly spoken of another recurring dream, so specific, so consistent, that captains ban discussion of it on newer ships. The dream begins with fog, rolling thick across the bow, darker than moonlight, too solid to be mere mist. As the dreamer steps onto deck, time seems to stop, the wind halts, the sea holds its breath. Then the fog parts slightly, revealing a massive eye, not human, not animal. It floats just above the surface, never blinking, never shifting. A lens the size of a small boat, honeycombed with fractal reflections that fold endlessly inward. Those who dream it feel no fear, only pressure, as if the gaze carries weight. Some fall to their knees in the dream. Others try to speak, but their voices echo back reversed. And when the dream ends, they wake soaked in sweat, often at the exact same time, 3:33 a.m. Over a dozen logs from ships across 50 years have noted this time beside crude sketches of the eye, often drawn in sleep, without memory. One oceanographer, after suffering the dream for 9 consecutive nights while stationed in the region, wrote that he no longer feared drowning. "I'm afraid," he scrawled, "of what waits above the water." He was found 2 weeks later, floating in calm seas, eyes open, unblinking. The crew buried him at sea. They've since blacked out every mirror aboard, because once the eye finds you, it's said to remember. South of Tasmania, over a geologically stable shelf, known for its deceptive calm, a meteorological anomaly once appeared not in the sky, but beneath the waves. A satellite tasked with tracking low-pressure systems detected a spiral formation where none should exist. Dense cloud rings layered not above the sea, but coiling under it, captured via infrared reflections from the ocean surface. The spiral matched the rotation of cyclonic storms, except there was no wind, no wave action, and no visible atmospheric disturbance. A passing vessel experienced strange barometric fluctuations, its altimeter dropping as though ascending into thinner air, despite being at sea level. Divers sent to investigate reported overwhelming pressure changes and an audible roar beneath the water, not mechanical, not seismic, but like distant winds circling through unseen chambers. Their descent was cut short when the water temperature dropped rapidly by 12 degrees within minutes. They surfaced, trembling, unable to speak clearly for hours. Reviewing footage from the dive, analysts found distortions in every frame taken at depth, swirling movements behind the camera, brief glimpses of shadows behaving like storm clouds trapped beneath the ocean's skin. One geophysicist proposed a theory too absurd for publication, that the spiral was not weather, but a signal, an echo of a pressure system, forming in a place where weather was never meant to begin. The satellite has since flagged that spiral pattern 2 more times. Each instance passed without incident. But those who review the data call it the breath below, something not forming weather, but rehearsing it. In the Caribbean basin, near a trench where warm and cold currents collide without logic, a cargo vessel logged an incident now scrubbed from official record. For exactly 4 minutes, the sea beneath the ship began to shimmer, ripples forming from beneath the surface and rising upward, not outward. Then, without warning, water began to fall, not from the sky, but from beneath the ship, upward, into the air. The crew described it as an inverted rain, columns of seawater, rising as if sucked toward an invisible ceiling, each drop suspended in motion, then accelerating upward into mist. Instruments failed, radios distorted. The air grew thick with static, not sound. Some described the sensation of vertigo, as if gravity had shifted sideways. The event ended as suddenly as it began. The sea stilled, all equipment resumed. But one deckhand collapsed, pointing upward at nothing, whispering, "It was above us, not below." The ship's hull had been marked by small craters, shallow indentations scorched around the rims, as if raindrops had fallen, in reverse. Later satellite imaging showed a circular patch of the basin boiling softly, steam forming not on the surface but inside the water. The vapor twisted, drifted, then faded. No storm was present, no low-pressure cell existed in the region. The ocean had rained toward the sky, and some say it wasn't weather, it was release, as though something had exhaled, and the sea had mimicked breath. During a routine patrol across the Solomon Sea, a civilian research vessel tasked with measuring underwater tectonic displacement sent out a distress ping, but not because of damage. The coordinates transmitted showed their position in an impossible location, 1,200 kilometers inland, inside a region of Papua New Guinea, with no bodies of water. The ship's crew confirmed they were afloat, surrounded by ocean, sails full and sea calm. Their onboard GPS repeated the error every 12 seconds, toggling between their real location and the inland anomaly. When they attempted manual input, the system resisted, correcting their adjustments to the false inland coordinate. Compass bearings began to reverse. North became south. Time logs reversed direction for a 33-minute window. Then, just as suddenly as it began, all equipment returned to normal. Later investigation revealed that the inland location broadcast by the vessel did not correspond to forest or landmass, but to an ancient crater, long dried and uninhabited, once the site of a prehistoric lake. The lake no longer exists, but for half an hour, the ship had been electronically, and some believe, momentarily, drawn to the memory of it. The crew refuses to sail the region again. On maps, They've marked the incident not with an X, but with a note scribbled in pencil: sea beneath forest, no longer sleeps. Far from any shore, near the point most distant from all human land, known as Point Nemo, a deep-sea weather buoy activated an alert. The reason was simple: it received a marine collision warning from a freighter, but no ships were within 1,500 kilometers. The freighter, identified by MMSI signal, pinged coordinates that placed it squarely in the middle of desert, an area of interior China, hundreds of kilometers from water. Authorities presumed a spoofed signal, a cyber anomaly. But 2 days later, the same buoy received a second collision warning, this time from a decommissioned Russian icebreaker, officially scuttled in 1991. The coordinates again pointed inland, to a plateau near Mongolia's edge. Naval records reviewed the signal and found it valid, active for only 30 seconds, then vanishing. Satellite review of the area showed no movement, no anomaly, but one cloud formation in the sequence swirled in a perfect spiral, directly above the coordinates, and did not drift for 9 hours. The sea, it seems, had momentarily remembered something, called from land, or echoed from memory. Point Nemo is now considered neutral space by most navies. Nothing is stationed there. No signals are allowed to be tested. But sometimes in late hours, buoys in that region still flash blue, not red, not yellow. Blue, the color reserved for identification beacons, as if something, far from sea, still asks to be found. South of Sicily, nestled in a relatively shallow marine depression, known as the Ionian Pocket, sonar imaging once returned an anomaly that at first was dismissed as a software error, a patch of water, nearly 100 meters across, that reflected all downward sonar as though it were the surface. The image showed a false ceiling below the ship, a mirror of what was above, cloud cover, birds in flight, and even the ship itself, all rendered in faint soft tones, as if imprinted in the water beneath. Divers were sent to investigate, and all returned within minutes, shaken and quiet. They described a sensation of staring into something not water, not shadow, but memory, a perfect visual echo of the sky above, stretching beneath them like an underwater horizon. When they moved, the reflection moved, but slightly out of time, as though their shadows anticipated their motions. One diver claimed he saw someone else in his reflection, standing beside him, although he was alone in the descent. Another reported hearing their own voice coming from below, repeating only the final word of every sentence spoken on the radio. The anomaly lasted for 4 days, then faded. No thermal, chemical, or current data explained it. Scientists suggested an unobserved light inversion, caused by high salt content or mineral suspension. But the camera footage showed one final frame just before the phenomenon ended. The ship reflected perfectly below, but in the reflection, the sun was setting, while above it still hung high, a mirror that didn't follow time, a reflection that watched back. Off the coast of South America, where the Peru Trench plummets into darkness and seismic tension presses upward from tectonic fault lines, a surveillance drone recorded something that lasted only 1 minute, but rewrote how the team understood light underwater. While filming an inactive fault wall at 7,000 meters, the lights on the submersible flickered once, then everything stopped moving. Not in reality, but in the camera. The footage for the next 63 seconds showed a frozen scene, particles suspended mid-drift, a fish caught in mid-fin flutter. Even the machine's robotic arm, which had been adjusting, appeared paused in half motion. Yet audio continued, soft creaks of the hull, murmurs from the surface team. It was as if the visual field had ceased. Then, just as suddenly, the feed resumed. Everything moved again. But when the footage was slowed for analysis, experts discovered that the image had not frozen entirely. It had changed, almost imperceptibly. Coral formations shifted angles. A crack in the wall had widened. The fish was now facing a different direction. The timestamp claimed the footage was unbroken, but the camera had filmed something that looked like a still image that had quietly rearranged itself while pretending not to move. Some theorize gravitational lensing or pressure mirage, but one researcher whispered an older idea, that it wasn't a malfunction, but a moment where the ocean held its breath, not because it had been disturbed, but because something deeper was passing by, and for one breathless minute, even the light agreed to stop. In a remote region of the southern Indian Ocean, hundreds of kilometers from any established shipping route, a deep-sea monitoring buoy, tasked with detecting illegal submarine movement, began transmitting something unusual, an encoded signal that no system was designed to send. It wasn't data corruption. It wasn't interference. The buoy sent a sequence of tones, each frequency precisely measured, rising and falling, in what looked like intentional intervals. When decoded using standard NATO phonetic conversion, the sequence produced what analysts described as musical scales, non-Western, unfamiliar, but undeniably harmonic. Thinking it a prank or glitch, the oversight team dispatched a drone vessel to retrieve and reprogram the buoy. Yet, during its approach, the signal shifted. It began responding to the incoming drone's pings, altering its tones in rhythm with each sonar burst, almost as if it recognized being watched. The drone, unmanned but equipped with real-time transmission, sent back one final video frame before losing all function, a soft blue glow beneath the buoy, moving not like light, but like a ripple of energy in suspended water, passing silently beneath the equipment, then disappearing. When the buoy was finally retrieved, it was intact, but its internal clock was 13 hours ahead, and its memory contained audio that none of the technicians remembered recording, a low pulsing tone that when sped up, mimicked human humming, not melodic, not chaotic, just a single pitch held in motion for what would have been days. Several members of the analysis team claimed to experience insomnia in the weeks following, reporting faint tones in their dreams and waking moments. Some began to hum that same note, unconsciously. One man, a technician with no prior history of illness, withdrew from the project entirely and was later found in a coastal town scribbling musical staves into the sand with a broken oar. He claimed the sea was singing back, not randomly, not universally, but to him. When asked what it was saying, he whispered, "It's waiting for us to learn the second verse." In the eastern corridor of the Philippine Sea, a scientific research mission deploying low-frequency sonar grids for seabed mapping encountered a silence so absolute, it defied all known behavior of underwater acoustics. At 3,700 meters below sea level, just as the sonar sweep passed over a segment of otherwise featureless plain, the returning signal abruptly dropped to zero, not weakened, not scattered, but completely absorbed, as though the ocean itself had become void. When technicians adjusted the frequency and narrowed the beam, the same result persisted: no echo, no deflection, just the sonar pulse vanishing mid-transmission. Assuming a technical fault, the team switched to side-scan sonar and began capturing images at slower intervals. The screens showed nothing at first, until a single still frame arrived. There, resting quietly on the seabed, was a shadow, a perfect sphere of total black, roughly 40 meters in diameter, visibly casting no shadow of its own despite light enhancement. It reflected nothing, absorbed all, no topography, no texture, just absence. The shape remained fixed for 6 more scans, then vanished entirely. When they circled back, the readings had returned to normal. The shadow left no trace, no indentation in sediment, no heat, no magnetic disturbance, only a single disruption in data logs that lasted precisely 9 minutes and 13 seconds. Days later, in reviewing the footage, a junior analyst slowed the sonar pulses to near audio frequencies and noticed something chilling. The pulse that disappeared inside the shadow had not ended. It had continued, distorted, folded, and played back several frames later in a different pitch, like a loop pressed through layers of time. It wasn't merely absorbed, it had been kept and returned, changed. Theorists suggested a gas bubble or a sonar blind spot, but that didn't explain the playback. One physicist wrote in the final report that if a structure could intercept sonar and modify its return, it would require intelligence, not just mass. When asked whether the object could be an unknown species or a stealth vessel, he said only, "Neither. We didn't find it. It found our sound." Since then, 2 other teams operating in unrelated sectors have reported identical moments of sonar loss followed by subtle pitch echoes. None of them shared their findings publicly. What's more disquieting is that each silence occurred at nearly the same depth, 3,700 meters, as if something in the ocean waits at that exact threshold, not drifting, not hunting, just listening for the right frequency to respond. Somewhere between the continental shelf of the Falklands and the deeper reaches of the Scotia Sea, a narrow marine trench, often ignored by navigation charts, has begun to attract attention, not for its topography, but for what happens to time within it. Known unofficially among survey teams as the corridor, this narrow strip of ocean spans only a few kilometers, but something within it distorts perception, memory, and mechanical chronology. In 2014, a Chilean oceanographic vessel passed through the trench during a seabed magnetism scan. Their passage took just under 12 minutes, by their accounts. Instruments on board, however, showed a discrepancy. The GPS timecodes suggested the ship had remained stationary for nearly 6 hours, logging no motion, no current drift, no anchor deployment. Weather data matched the vessel's logs, indicating a short crossing, yet satellite imaging, reviewed later, showed the ship hovering motionless within the corridor for most of a day. More disturbingly, crew members began to disagree on what they experienced during those minutes. One described seeing the sun set twice in the same sky. Another recalled walking to the stern and noticing his shadow fall forward instead of behind. 2 engineers fainted mid-task, waking with nosebleeds and a sensation of pressure behind their eyes, as though they'd been submerged much deeper than the hull allowed. The ship's clocks, synced to maritime atomic time, were off by exactly 366 seconds when they emerged. Each clock fast, not slow, but none by a consistent margin. Audio recordings captured during the transit played back with subtle warping, as if the voices had been pulled or compressed by something elastic. Later attempts to chart the anomaly returned inconclusive results. Some vessels passed through with no effect, while others reported headaches, hallucinations, and navigation errors that placed them miles off course in calm weather. The corridor has since been labeled an unverified distortion zone by certain maritime agencies, its coordinates quietly scrubbed from new training modules. But old captains know it. They sail around it, not from superstition, but respect. One cartographer, who unofficially mapped the zone using drift records and black box reports, left only one annotation in its center: "Time does not belong to us here." Whether the corridor is a natural magnetic phenomenon, a quirk in gravity, or something deeper, something embedded in the structure of the Earth itself, is unknown. What is certain is that time bends there, and wherever time bends, something else often watches from the crease. Deep in the Mozambique Channel, where the ocean floor stretches into a jagged crease between Madagascar and mainland Africa, there lies a trench so narrow and steep, it was dismissed for decades as a non-navigable chasm. But in recent years, attempts to explore this fracture have yielded something quietly unsettling: metal objects, probes, drones, even reinforced titanium capsules consistently malfunction or are violently expelled before reaching its base. The French exploratory submersible Corail Thauve was the first to log an incident. As it descended past 4,000 meters into the trench's upper lip, all onboard equipment shut down simultaneously, not faded or failed, but blinked into null, as if command had never existed. Manual override was attempted, and after 37 seconds of total stillness, the sub jolted backward without propulsion, surfacing almost 20 meters from its projected path. Cameras were intact, but the footage was scrambled into still images, each frame showing the same timestamp repeated 6 times, though chronologically out of order. One frame contained a blur shaped like a hand, not a human one, but ridged and long, curled slightly as if pressing against the lens. Engineers dismissed it as static bloom, yet no such distortion had ever appeared before or after in thousands of hours of footage. Later missions from Japan and South Africa attempted to map the trench using tethered devices. Every time, the metal components of the tether, steel, copper, even composite alloys, heated inexplicably and snapped clean, as if cut by invisible resistance. Only non-metallic materials, ceramics, biopolymers, could descend, and even then, only briefly. A drone equipped with an experimental ceramic shell managed to reach 5,300 meters before its signal died. When retrieved, the drone was intact, but its outer shell bore markings, scratches that formed concentric circles, all tightly etched toward a central spiral. They weren't mechanical abrasions. They had depth, intention, like something had tried to write without language. Speculation ranges from electromagnetic interference to unknown deep-sea vents, but no thermal anomaly has been measured. One physicist posited the presence of a metallic memory field, a theoretical space in which metal behaves not as mass, but as memory, imprinting and responding to previous interactions. Others suggest the trench may be natural, but occupied, guarded not by life as we know it, but by systems incompatible with our materials, our tools. What disturbs researchers most isn't the loss of equipment, it's that the trench seems to know what not to accept. And when denied entry, metal is not merely broken, it's rejected, violently and deliberately, as if the ocean below is tired of being touched. In the heart of the North Pacific Gaia, far beyond the edges of commercial shipping lanes, an open stretch of ocean has become infamous among cartographers and salvage crews as the wandering grave. It began with derelicts, ships long thought lost in storms or mutinies, found adrift in tight clusters, their hulls corroded, flags eaten by salt, and decks overgrown with sea moss, despite no solid surface for anchoring. What struck investigators most wasn't their condition, but their location. Each wreck appeared hundreds of miles from its last known trajectory, and they weren't drifting. Each ship appeared overnight, still buoyant, their cargo holds sealed yet empty, their logbooks either water-obleted or filled with pages rewritten in the same hand, unfamiliar, looping, as if transcribed by someone trying to mimic writing without understanding the words. When authorities began mapping these appearances, a strange pattern emerged. Every month, without fail, a new graveyard of vessels appeared somewhere within the gyre, each set forming a rough spiral visible only when plotted from above. Satellites captured brief snapshots, moments when 20, sometimes 30 ships clustered like petals in a flower, before drifting apart in the following days. Weather stations reported no storms to explain such rapid convergence. Ocean currents could not account for the precise positioning. In one case, a research crew found a Russian trawler registered in 1926, preserved as though lost only months prior, its crew quarters completely dry and stocked with unspoiled supplies. Yet all clocks stopped at exactly 3:03 a.m., the same time logged in the journals of 5 other ships in the same cluster. Attempts to place GPS trackers on these vessels failed. The signal would persist for a day or two, then vanish, only to reappear hundreds of miles away, without any known movement. Divers who explored the wrecks reported disorientation and an inexplicable sensation of familiarity, as if they had visited the ships before, even when it was their first time. One diver claimed the names carved into the hulls sometimes shifted upon surfacing. Photographs showed discrepancies, letters realigning, numbers vanishing, names changing subtly between frames. The most persistent theory suggests that a subsurface eddy or pressure dome may pull abandoned ships together, creating the illusion of sudden gatherings. But no instruments have detected such an anomaly. Others speak of a magnetic field buried deep in the Earth's crust, something that calls to metal like a pulse. One sailor, who once followed the wrecks for a week before losing their trail, described it not as a mystery of physics, but memory. "They're not coming together because they're drifting," he said. "They're gathering, they remember something, and every month they reenact it." Beneath the eternally frozen lid of the Weddell Sea, where the Antarctic ice pack stretches thick and ancient, researchers aboard the Aegea 9 noticed an anomaly that defied not only physics, but perhaps history itself. While conducting ice-penetrating radar sweeps in preparation for subglacial deployment, the team detected a recurring pulse, not electrical, not seismic, but luminous. From beneath nearly 800 meters of solid ice, a glow flickered upward at perfect 33-second intervals. At first it was dismissed as reflection from internal instruments, or perhaps the shimmer of trapped air bubbles under high pressure. But the signal was rhythmic, unwavering, and most chillingly seemed to drift westward in steady increments, as though carried by something walking slowly along the ocean floor beneath the glacier. Curiosity overcame caution, and the crew deployed a photometric probe through a heated borehole. The light returned in pulses, warm and golden, flickering faintly, like flame behind water. It held a temperature inconsistent with bioluminescence, and bore no heat signature, yet camera footage recorded it growing nearer, then stopping. The final frame captured the faint outline of a shape, a perfect circle, suspended mid-water, not connected to the seabed, nor ice. It hovered like a floating lamp, its glow steady and strangely domestic, like a lantern hung on a distant porch. But there were no porches here, just black water, old ice, and pressure fit to crush steel. After the encounter, the probe's instruments began to fail, first losing depth detection, then ceasing all data return except a singular repeated line in the diagnostic log. It watches in warmth. There was no programming protocol that could account for this message. The onboard AI had no language model, advanced enough to generate metaphors, nor any access to editable text. The phrase repeated exactly 22 times, with slight spacing differences, like breathing. Weeks later, another research station across the continent detected the same flicker beneath a different glacier, again at 33-second intervals, again traveling laterally. This time no probe was launched, no attempt made. Word of the first encounter had begun to circulate in whispers between polar teams, and none dared try again. Some suggested it was a malfunction, a refracted echo of the sun through cracks in the ice. But this held no weight. The pulses occurred during the Antarctic night, when the sun never rose. Among the Inuit of far northern waters, tales persist of spirits under the ice, who carry lights not to reveal, but to remember, to trace the paths of those who once passed and never returned. The Aegir 9 recorded its experience under strict classification, but the unofficial name among the crew still circulates. The lantern beneath. Not a warning, not a threat, just something ancient that moves beneath cold places and remembers light differently than we do. South of the Tuamotu archipelago, in a region where tectonic activity and seafloor topography remain only partially charted, sailors have begun to whisper of a reef that is first seen not by radar nor satellite, but in dreams. The first documented case came from a Panamanian freighter captain, whose entire crew reported shared dreams over 3 nights. Visions of a pale reef rising from dark water, its surface glistening with barnacles shaped like eyes, coral spires twisted into unnatural symmetry, and tide pools reflecting unfamiliar constellations. Each crew member described the exact same reef, though none had spoken of it aloud beforehand. Troubled by the coincidence, they reported their experiences upon returning to port. Officials dismissed the event as exhaustion or environmental exposure, until 2 months later, a French mapping satellite captured a new formation protruding from shallow waters, exactly where the crew had described. The reef hadn't been there before. No volcanic uplift was recorded, no seismograph noted activity, and yet the reef rose quietly, fully formed, as if it had been placed rather than grown. Marine biologists dispatched to the site found the coral formations alive, though biologically incoherent. Some species were ancient, presumed extinct. Others bore no genetic signature found anywhere in marine databases. The reef pulsed faintly under moonlight, and dive teams reported strange effects: confusion, disorientation, and in one case a diver claiming to recognize carvings in the coral, names, initials, etched in childhood handwriting. He insisted one etching was his own, a name he once scrawled into beach sand as a child. now somehow fossilized inside a living reef he'd never seen before. When the reef was mapped by sonar, the readings formed a pattern resembling a labyrinth, not in shape, but in pressure gradient. The current didn't flow around it, it spiraled through it, like water remembering how to move through something older. Attempts to remove samples failed. Coral broke apart in transit, disintegrating into ash before it could be examined. Worse still, those who dived more than once began dreaming again, this time not of the reef, but of rooms beneath it, filled with windows that looked into other oceans, other skies. One marine geologist resigned mid-expedition, claiming the reef was not a reef, but a memory structure, something the ocean was remembering into place, piece by piece, using dreams as scaffolding. The reef remains, unmapped on most charts, unnamed on any official record, but known deeply viscerally to anyone who has dreamed it. And each month, more reports surface, artists sketching its shape without knowing why, children drawing coral spirals in sand pits, navigators waking with salt in their mouths after drifting too close. Whatever the reef is, biological, psychological, or something in between, it does not introduce itself with fanfare. It waits to be remembered, then appears, not when we are ready, but when the sea decides it's time. Far below the recognized trade winds and gyres, in a trench between the Mariana Basin and the Palau Archipelago, researchers studying global thermal dispersion discovered something that should not, by any natural model, persist: a deep water current that loops endlessly upon itself, without feeding into any known oceanic circulation system. Unlike the Great Conveyor Belt that pushes nutrients and temperature across continents, this current seems to serve no planetary function. It isn't part of the Atlantic meridional overturning. It does not spiral into the Pacific thermohaline network. It exists in isolation, a closed circuit, ancient and undisturbed, moving water through its path, like a blind memory repeating itself. Initial discovery came from temperature drift anomalies. Oceanographers observed that, despite nearby volcanic vents and geothermal flux, a narrow corridor of water remained at a perfectly stable temperature, unchanging across months, seasons, and even seismic disruptions. Upon deploying sensor threads into the corridor, they found the current to be moving faster than the surrounding waters, forming a vertical spiral that reached over 4 kilometers in depth, but never extended more than half a kilometer wide. It was a hollow helix of movement, a tube of ceaseless flow surrounded by stillness. When sonar pulses were introduced to gauge the inner mechanics, the pulses distorted, echoing not just back but forward, recording echoes before the initial ping was fully emitted. This pre-echo, as it was called, should not be possible under any known law of acoustic propagation. More troubling, multiple pings returned with identical distortion patterns spaced exactly 1,111 seconds apart, suggesting not a physical echo, but a repeating acoustic memory embedded within the current. Further investigation using autonomous drones revealed a strange phenomenon. The internal structure of the current seemed to reject anything that didn't move with it. Drones attempting to enter against the flow stalled and shut down. Those allowed to ride its spiral emerged intact, but their clocks were all off by precisely 20 minutes, each one having lost time in a way no software glitch or battery malfunction could explain. Worse, the data stored during their ride was nearly unreadable, save for low-frequency audio logs that, when amplified, resembled rhythmic breathing, not from machinery or movement, but from something surrounding the craft as it descended. One researcher proposed the current might be a leftover mechanism of some prehistoric Earth system, an autonomous loop from a time before tectonics settled. But others began referring to it differently: the spinner. Not a current, but a trap. Not a remnant, but a keeper. A closed system meant not to transport, but to contain. To this day, no vessel has fully mapped the spinner's base. No sound has reached its center and returned unwarped. One unmanned drone programmed to ride the full loop and eject after 6 days failed to re-emerge. 8 months later, a buoy off the coast of Chile received a single ping, encrypted in the drone's signal structure, but reversed, and signed with a line of code not written into the craft, still turning, still held, still unseen. Somewhere in the South Atlantic, between the ridgelines of the mid-oceanic fault and the fog-veiled waters near Tristan da Cunha, countless ship logs spanning centuries reference the same anomaly, a low-lying black island, visible only from a distance, always fixed on the horizon and always gone when approached. Sailors have named it by many titles: Smoke Island, the Waiting Rock, Isla de Niebla, but none have ever set foot on it. From deck view, it appears solid, jagged coastlines, high cliffs, and a central peak that leaks faint light into the clouds like embers beneath volcanic ash. Yet, when any vessel attempts a course toward it, the island does not fade, it recedes. Compass bearings twist subtly, GPS systems lose lock, currents shift without cause. No matter how precise the navigation, the island remains unreachable, always a few miles farther, always just beyond the next swell. The most credible record comes from an early 20th century weather vessel, Arganwell II, which logged repeated sightings over 5 days. The captain, an ex-naval cartographer, ordered pursuit on calm seas under clear skies. The island was charted at multiple bearings, triangulated by sun position, and plotted against known currents. Yet, after 8 hours of approach, it remained identical in size and position. When they turned to retreat, the island vanished instantly, not into fog, but into clear air. A crew member later claimed that, while viewing the land through binoculars, she saw figures moving along its cliffs, tall, slow, and walking in single file, as if returning from some ceremonial path worn into stone. She saw no boats, no vegetation, no birds, just movement, too far to name but too precise to dismiss. Modern satellite imaging shows no mass in the coordinates where it is most often reported, yet those same coordinates hold another anomaly. Gravity readings there are subtly inconsistent with neighboring waters, as if the seabed beneath has hollow chambers, or a density not accounted for by sediment or rock. East of the Kermadec Trench, in one of the deepest and least trafficked stretches of the Pacific Ocean, a quiet phenomenon has been recorded again and again by commercial freighters, military vessels, and research ships alike, a massive shape moving beneath the surface, never rising, never attacking, but always mirroring the ship's path for hours, sometimes days. It never breaks the water, it never makes a sound, and yet its presence is undeniable. Sonar shows a displacement larger than any known species, its shadow reaching lengths comparable to cruise liners, and its speed consistent with calculated pursuit, maintaining exact distance as if tethered invisibly beneath the vessel. The earliest written account comes from an Australian mail ship in 1897. For 3 days, the helmsman logged disturbances in the wake, slight movements that suggested something massive turning in perfect arcs beneath the ship's hull. He marked changes in water temperature, unusual whale behavior, and the constant drone of static on the ship's telegraph. He recorded a final note before the log ended abruptly mid-sentence. It moves only when we do, and it wants us to see it only as a reflection. Since then, over 30 separate vessels across the 20th and 21st centuries have reported similar disturbances. Submarine crews have noted an unidentifiable companion contact, trailing them for hundreds of nautical miles, registering only on passive sonar, as a gentle pulsing hum. Military vessels have scrambled to intercept the object, only to find no wake, no evidence of propulsion, and no material trace. The object leaves no thermal signature, no magnetic pull, no bioacoustic resonance. It is there only in the negative, something that subtracts from the ocean, rather than existing within it. One team aboard a Noe expedition tried to observe the shape directly using a series of underwater cameras tethered below their research vessel. The footage returned only shadows, moving silhouettes that blurred even in clear water, always just outside frame, as if aware of the lens. On one occasion, a shadow paused directly beneath the ship. The footage went black. The cables snapped, not pulled or severed, but disintegrated at the molecular level, Analysis of the remaining casing revealed a subtle vibration embedded into the material itself, a hum encoded into the copper filaments, like a song played backward in metal. The creature, if it is a creature, never makes contact. It does not breach. It does not flee. It simply follows, mirroring hulls like a ghost ship bound by reflection. One theory suggests it's not alive in the traditional sense, but a biomechanical structure, some ancient sentinel or abandoned monitor left behind by something that once watched our seas. Others believe it is ocean itself, given shape when disturbed, reacting to our presence not with curiosity, but with warning. Whatever its nature, sailors who've experienced its presence report the same feeling, a growing awareness that something below them already knows their path, and is matching it not out of interest, but obligation. In a stretch of water southwest of the Faroe Islands, where cold North Atlantic currents curl beneath jagged coastlines, and the air holds the weight of centuries, radio operators aboard vessels passing through a specific corridor have for decades recorded faint, indecipherable whispers, bleeding into frequencies long thought secure. These are not interference patterns or cross-channel bleed. They occur across multiple ranges, often outside the known shortwave or VHF spectrums, and always between 2 o'clock and 4 a.m. ship time. What makes them terrifying is not just their persistence, but that every crew who's captured the sound claims it matches the rhythm and breath of human speech, but in no known language. The first well-documented case was in 1953, when the Danish vessel Eleanor Emerg reported its emergency channel sparking to life in open seas, with a stream of voices speaking too quickly and softly to transcribe. When played back, the voices sounded wrong, throatless, without sibilance or pitch bend, like wind shaping itself into sentences. That same night, the ship's barometer recorded a sudden plunge. Despite calm conditions, several crew members reported sleep talking in unison. One man repeated a phrase in his dreams over and over. They haven't forgotten the shape of the call, though he had no memory of doing so. Since then, hydrophones dropped in the region have captured the same pulses, always around the same early morning window, always beneath the threshold of immediate comprehension. Spectral analysis reveals frequencies interwoven in impossible layering, 3 to 5 vocal tracks playing at once, each overlapping in precise mathematical cadence. Linguists and cryptographers have tried to break the patterns, proposing everything from reversed Icelandic to deep-sea cetacean mimicry, yet no match has ever been made. One theory posits that the voices are echoes, not of people, but of memories held by the sea itself. Another suggests the sound could be a side effect of undersea tectonic activity, oceanic rock rubbing together in a way that mimics speech, a kind of lithic language carved by time and pressure. But then came the incident aboard the Kielder Horizon in 2004. During a routine crossing, a technician monitoring the emergency radio heard the whispers again, but this time, he understood them, or thought he did. He began transcribing wildly, pages upon pages of what he claimed were instructions for navigation, coordinates that didn't appear on any chart, pointing not to land, but to a point far out in the northern sea where nothing should exist. He locked himself in the radio room for hours before finally emerging, eyes bloodshot, skin pale, whispering in a voice not his own. They turned back before reaching the destination. He never spoke again. To this day, captains disable all auxiliary radio gear when crossing that corridor. Some place tape over microphones, some play music at low volume during the dead hours, and some pray, not to be saved, but to be forgotten. Because whatever speaks through those waves does not ask for reply, it listens, and it waits for someone who dares to understand. North of the Siberian coast, where the Arctic shelf begins to descend into ink-black abyss, lies a desolate marine trench, known only to a few as the Silent Fold. Uncharted in official maps, and ignored by shipping routes due to treacherous ice drift, it remained largely unexplored until a 1981 Soviet bathymetric project accidentally recorded something its engineers could never explain: regular intervals of harmonic vibration registering on deep ocean hydrophones. These weren't seismic tremors or whale songs. They were tones, clear, bell-like, impossibly spaced in pattern, too perfect in pitch. Each chime struck precisely every 22 minutes and 8 seconds, echoing through the water as if rung not by force, but by memory. No vessel has ever directly located the source of the bells. The sound arrives from multiple depths simultaneously. Sonar attempts to pinpoint its origin result in spatial looping. The signal appears to originate both below and ahead of the source vessel, as though bending through dimensions. What haunts the few teams that have tried is that the tone never changes. It doesn't react to ships, doesn't vary by season, and isn't disrupted by seismic activity or glacial calving. The Arctic can shake with ice storms above and tectonic groans below, but the bells chime, soft, steady, without a crack in rhythm. In 1996, a Norwegian exploration team aboard the Vidar's wake deployed a high-sensitivity microneedle array across the outer rim of the trench. Over the course of 4 days, they captured nearly 6 hours of the bell chimes, each tone lasting precisely 11.3 seconds, decaying into the water as though falling into velvet. Spectral analysis revealed harmonic overtones consistent with bronze or cast iron, but the location, more than 5,000 meters deep and devoid of any known structure, defied the possibility of any man-made instrument surviving there. Yet more chilling was the discovery that each tone, when played back at accelerated speed, contained within it another sound, something like breath or whisper, hidden in the resonance curve, buried so deep that only through careful deconstruction could it be heard. These secondary sounds didn't resemble voice. They were not speech, but some were rhythmic, almost liturgical. One researcher, an acoustician named Marta Kleefeld, devoted 2 years to modeling the bell tones in a 3D echo chamber, and claimed the whispers formed geometric shapes when viewed as pressure imprints in gel. One shape returned again and again, a spiral that mimicked a bell's mouth curling inward, rather than flaring out. Marta vanished during a follow-up dive in 2001. Her vessel was found intact, her suit was sealed, but she was gone. No further missions have returned to the silent fold. Ice shelf shifts have closed off most direct access routes, yet the bells still ring, every 22 minutes and 8 seconds, like clockwork, under ice, under silence, under memory. Some now believe the bells are not merely sounds but functions, rituals performed by the ocean itself, not signals, but locks. Doors of sound holding back something too old to wake, but not too far to dream. In the restless waters south of the Cape of Good Hope, where warm currents from the Indian Ocean tangle with cold surges from the Atlantic, merchant ships, fishing trawlers, and even luxury liners have reported the same baffling occurrence for over a century. Radar contact with a massive, fast-approaching vessel that never appears on the horizon, never crests the waves, and never resolves into a real ship. It registers for minutes, sometimes hours, before vanishing as suddenly as it arrived. But the anomaly doesn't end with radar. Before the signal appears, often hours in advance, crews report inexplicable sounds, metal groaning like an engine preparing for departure, ropes tightening against wood, and footsteps on decks where no crew walks. Lights flicker, communications falter, and somewhere in the wind, there is always a bell. Not sharp, not clean, but distant, like a harbour farewell stretched thin by salt and time. The first recorded incident dates to 1879, when a whaling vessel, out of Lisbon, claimed to have seen its own ship duplicated on the sea. The second mate, standing watch near dusk, shouted an alert. A brig, identical in sail and hull, was gliding silently toward them. When the lookout aimed a spyglass, he dropped it in horror. The rigging matched their own line for line, knot for knot, and on its bow was the same name as theirs. Mar Azul, only reversed, as if viewed in a mirror. Then it blinked out, just vanished. In the captain's log, he wrote, "She passed without wake, without wave. She passed before we saw her." Modern encounters are less visual, but equally unsettling. Naval radar systems frequently register the phantom vessel as a fully solid object, over 200 meters long, moving at 14 knots. It holds position, adjusts course, even follows other ships, as if preparing to overtake. But when optical tracking is engaged, nothing appears. Satellite coverage of the area shows no anomaly, and ships that cross the Phantom's supposed coordinates report undisturbed waters. One South African cargo freighter, the Elgin Bay, reported the vessel 3 nights in a row. On the third, the crew received a radio transmission in heavily distorted Morse code. The message repeated one word over and over: record. When translated, it matched the ship's own logbook identifier, their own call sign, not a response, an echo. Most disturbing of all is that after these sightings, ships report internal anomalies. Doors unlatch on their own. Clocks desync without reason. A hollow sound, like breathing behind a steel bulkhead, emerges from empty rooms. Some sailors begin writing in reverse in their journals without realizing. One vessel's captain, after 3 separate encounters, resigned permanently. In his final report, he included a transcript of something whispered by the Phantom radio that didn't match Morse, but formed clear English words through signal gaps. You are arriving. You have always been arriving. Some oceanographers now believe this isn't a ghost ship, but a pattern, a fragment of future maritime passage that folds into the present when the sea's temperature, gravity, and electromagnetic pulse align. A moment out of sequence, a memory from tomorrow, bleeding into now. Whatever it is, no one ever meets the ship, because it's never coming, it's already past, and it's watching for the next one to follow. Off the western shelf of the Bay of Biscay, where storms coil in strange symmetry, and the horizon forever seems closer than it is, sailors speak in hushed tones about a light that sweeps across the water like an old-world beacon, rotating in perfect rhythm, vanishing when approached, and yet always marking a place that maps refuse to recognize. They call it simply the grey light, and what makes it most disturbing is not its presence, but its denial. No maritime chart acknowledges a lighthouse in that quadrant. No country, coast guard, or naval record lays claim to any structure built there. Yet, hundreds of mariners, from fishing skippers to oil rig operators, have seen it. A fixed point of light, cutting through fog, rain, and starlight, like a sentinel, patiently turning. Always the same pale hue, always the same pace, and always from the same corner of the sea. The earliest surviving mention comes from 1832, when a merchant vessel, out of Bordeaux, struck an uncharted reef and capsized. Survivors reported having followed a guiding light through storm-thick darkness, believing it to be a harbour signal. They swore they were within moments of rescue before the hull split open. All charts later confirmed no lighthouse existed anywhere within sight that night. The area was featureless ocean. When divers explored the wreck nearly a century later, they found something else, embedded into the reef, a rusted fragment of wrought iron, curved unnaturally, shaped like the top lip of a Fresnel lens housing. Not ship debris, something from above. Through the 20th century, sightings continued. An Italian trawler, Rosa Bianca, logged the light for 3 consecutive nights. Its beam swept from east to west in 11-second intervals, cutting through swells and cloud like a metronome in mist. On the final night, the crew approached its origin, with full intention to identify it. Radar confirmed a fixed structure ahead, 20 meters tall, circular, with an optical beacon rotating in consistent mechanical precision. But as they neared, the signal split into static, and the structure blinked out, replaced by open sea and silence. When they turned back toward their route, the light resumed, now behind them. What few know is that in 1992, a French maritime surveillance plane captured thermal imaging of the area during an unrelated sweep. For 27 minutes, it registered a heat signature, consistent with an industrial-grade electrical beacon mounted atop a column. There were no vessels nearby. There was no landmass. The coordinates were forwarded to naval authorities, who dismissed the data as sensor anomaly due to storm interference. Yet, 2 weeks later, a Norwegian sailor went missing while sailing solo through the same region. His final radio message was clipped, but audible. I see the tower. It's old. There's no door. A popular theory claims the grey light is a relic from a forgotten wartime installation, an emergency beacon built on an artificial shelf. But deep-sea scans show no supports, no structure, no ruins. Another theory suggests it is not a lighthouse at all, but something mimicking one, a lure for those in need, an echo of safety, built from memory and salt. The light still shines, sailors still follow it, but none have found land, and those who get too close say the light does not come from a lantern, it comes from an eye. In a stretch of seabed between the Azores and the Canary Islands, marine geologists studying plate tectonics have quietly shared a phenomenon that continues to unsettle even the most empirical minds among them. Sonar mapped ridgelines, trenches, and volcanic flanks that change position between scans, not due to tectonic drift or collapse, but seemingly by design. Entire formations disappear. Underwater cliffs rise where valleys were logged. Canyons shift laterally across hundreds of meters, their contours mimicking erosion that should take thousands of years, but occurs within weeks. The region has earned a whispered moniker among those who study it: the rearranged deep. The first incident was recorded in 1974 by a Franco-Portuguese research expedition that spent 9 days mapping a segment of the ocean floor using side-scan sonar arrays. The initial scans returned a stable image, fractured but consistent terrain, resembling a collapsed volcanic plateau. When the ship passed over the same coordinates 3 days later, the landscape had changed. A sheer vertical fault had appeared, bisecting the area, with coral deposits on either side that should not have existed without at least a century of growth. The team assumed equipment malfunction, but the next pass confirmed the new terrain, and within it they discovered something else. Sonar reflections shaped like walls, not geological outcroppings, walls. Flat planes with right angles, extending vertically from the seabed before curving into a spiral, like a hallway built for something that doesn't walk on legs. Since then, private survey teams conducting deep-sea mining assessments have reported similar shifts. Bathymetric maps gathered 1 week become obsolete the next. Autonomous underwater vehicles have vanished mid-dive, while surveying newly formed ridges, only to have their locator beacons resurface hundreds of kilometers away, inside a trench that didn't exist prior to that week. In one case, a beacon recorded audio just before re-emerging, what sounded like stone scraping against stone, in a slow, deliberate arc, not a collapse, a movement. Some believe the ocean floor in this region is unstable, a hotspot of seismic volatility too nuanced for our instruments to predict. But geologists counter that even unstable plates follow natural laws. They do not mimic symmetry. They do not carve geometric hollows in bedrock overnight. They do not shift in ways that seem responsive. One particularly unsettling case came from a satellite-linked drone dispatched in 2011. It descended into a mapped basin with clear sides and soft sediment bottom. For 11 minutes, it recorded smooth descent through still waters. Then the feed flickered. When it resumed, the drone was no longer in the basin, but hovering beside a cliff wall. The basin had vanished, its coordinates now marked by a sheer drop. In the data logs, milliseconds before the cut, a series of soft rhythmic pulses appeared in the sonar, too slow for machinery, too even for life forms, too patterned to be coincidence. The drone's camera briefly caught what looked like a recessed archway in the cliff, shadowed and rimmed with unrecognizable symbols. Most data from the region remains unpublished, tucked into university vaults, or buried behind non-disclosure agreements from energy companies who want nothing to do with it. Some quietly admit that their algorithms now account for non-static terrain variables in that corridor, an acknowledgement that the ground itself cannot be trusted. It is not just moving, it is watching, and changing shape when it knows no one is looking. In the deepest corridors of the Pacific Ocean's Mariana Arc, where subduction zones pull continents into silence and hydrothermal vents burst like ruptured arteries, scientists have observed a pattern no vent system should exhibit: synchronized breathing, not steam or gas release in chaotic bursts, as typical black smokers are known for, but a deliberate, unbroken rhythm shared between dozens of vent clusters across hundreds of miles. They exhale in harmony, plumes rising like smoke from a ritual fire, timed to a slow, deliberate pulse, every 13 minutes and 47 seconds, simultaneously, measured, like lungs inhaling from the Earth's molten core, and exhaling secrets no one was meant to hear. In 2005, a joint research expedition, led by Japanese and American oceanographers, deployed an array of deep-sea seismometers and thermal cameras around the Sirena Deep. Over a 48-hour period, they recorded more than 200 vent pulses from at least 11 locations. Initially believed to be volcanic tremors, the data revealed no underlying tectonic shift. The temperature rise at each vent peaked at the same time, across vast distances, through layers of rock and crushing pressure. No signal connected them. No cause justified them. When researchers overlaid the heat signatures across a time plot, the graph resembled not a geological anomaly, but a waveform, smooth, oscillating, eerily symmetrical. A heartbeat. Even more disturbing was the chemical signature of the expelled plumes. In addition to the expected methane, sulfides and trace metals, labs detected a compound with molecular bonds unlike anything recorded in Earth's oceanic profiles. Something that vibrated in tandem with low-frequency sound. Not only was the vent releasing heat, it was singing, and whatever it sang, the vents around it echoed back. A subsequent dive using a manned submersible was abruptly aborted after all onboard electronics flickered, then died. The backup audio logs, stored in isolated analog units, captured a sound not unlike a chant. Not a voice, but something voicing. A bass hum that built in layers folding into itself. The pilot described a growing sense of pressure, not physical, but psychological, as though the water around them held memory. He said it felt like being watched by something that wasn't looking with eyes, but with warmth. The dive team never returned to that depth again. The event was quietly buried in institutional reports. Some believe it was an artifact of seismic resonance. Others argue the synchronized pulses are evidence of a vast biological network, life forms operating as a single conscious entity, using heat and vibration to communicate across the deep. But a few think otherwise. They believe the ocean is not merely alive with life, it is alive as life. That these vents are not breathing because of stress or pressure, but because something beneath is preparing to wake. The pulses still occur, though never in the presence of manned equipment. Only remote sensors catch them now. Only machines are trusted to listen, and each time they do, they record the same pattern. A breath, a pause, a breath again, as if the sea itself is remembering how to speak. West of the Galapagos Rift, and far from any known tectonic shelf, there exists a swath of open sea, where satellite imaging repeatedly shows the faint outline of an island, oval, flat, and nearly 2 miles across, only for planes and vessels passing over to find nothing but empty ocean. The anomaly, known among marine cartographers as segment 137R, was first reported by a NASA Landsat satellite in 1983. Analysts reviewing thermal overlays discovered a dark mass surrounded by cooler waters, consistent with exposed land. Yet, when a Chilean research vessel was dispatched to investigate, their GPS tracked them sailing directly through the coordinates, without sight of land, disruption of current, or any sign of elevation beneath the keel. In the years that followed, the anomaly returned intermittently. Sometimes it appeared in infrared scans, other times as radar shadows, faint but defined, like a ghost projected through cloudless sky. Aerial teams reported static when passing over the area, their instruments behaving erratically. One pilot claimed their altimeter dropped 300 feet without descent. Another, in 2007, swore they saw the island directly beneath them for just a second, its shape like dark glass reflecting nothing. No trees, no waves, just a matte void with hard edges. Then it was gone. But what haunts oceanographers is not the inconsistency of the sightings, it's the movement. Each appearance is charted slightly west of the last, by no more than a few miles. The implication being that segment 137R is not a mirage, but a mobile object, some sort of submerged structure, floating just below the surface, large enough to register as land. but never rising above water. In 2015, a submersible drone operated by a deep-sea exploration company passed unknowingly through the same corridor. Its sonar logs, reviewed later, showed what analysts described as impossible geometry. Instead of seabed, the sonar returned concave walls, smooth, vertical, curving inward, at depths of less than 100 meters. The drone's pressure sensors also fluctuated, as though entering a semi-closed cavity, and during one 10-minute window, its temperature readings plummeted without cause. When it resurfaced, the camera logs were wiped completely. The drives had not malfunctioned, they had been deliberately overwritten. Some researchers now refer to the region as a mobile seamount, though this contradicts everything known about geology. A seamount cannot float, it cannot vanish, and it cannot produce thermal shadows that mimic organic structure. A handful of cryptic theories suggest a colossal jellyfish-like organism, with a carapace so massive and flat it mimics land from above. Others speak of ancient underwater vessels, machines left behind from a pre-human civilization, now set adrift beneath the sea. But most scientists simply avoid the conversation. They mark the coordinates, they avoid the drift path, they pretend it's just an imaging error. But in whispers passed between those who've sailed over it, there's another belief, that it's not a thing at all, but a place, a room, a chamber that rises to the edge of our world and watches from just below, waiting for the day someone stops long enough to knock. Far beyond the continental shelf of Nova Scotia, in a narrow trench veiled beneath cold, nutrient-rich currents, lies a stretch of ocean floor known only by unofficial reports and encrypted research logs as Dead Steel Hollow. For reasons no agency has formally disclosed, this area has been removed from all standard salvage routes. Maritime records show dozens of aircraft and ships reported lost in this zone between the years 1919 and 1978. But what sets it apart is what never gets found: metal. In 1973, a Canadian oceanographic team investigating benthic ecosystems deployed a titanium-framed sled for core sampling in the hollow. The winch extended 4,200 meters before tension abruptly dropped. Thinking the line had snapped, they reeled it in, only to find the entire titanium sled gone, with the cable ending in a perfectly smooth rounded edge, as though it had been melted or dissolved, rather than torn. The steel itself showed no signs of stress. The insulation around the line had simply evaporated. Similar incidents were later recorded by Soviet bathyscaphe expeditions, who reported magnetic distortions and complete loss of ferrous equipment whenever they entered the region. In 1996, a commercial deep recovery contractor, attempting to locate a sunken cargo container in the hollow, sent 2 submersibles with reinforced aluminum shells. Their feeds lasted under 20 minutes. The footage, preserved only on analog tapes, showed the vehicles descending past thick curtains of particulate matter into a realm of complete darkness. At a certain depth, the camera began to pick up a fine silver haze, flakes, drifting upward, like reverse snow, and beneath it, strange silhouettes, hollow shapes that looked like husks of ships and submarines, but with no steel plating, no screws, no engines, only outlines, as if the sea had digested the metal and left the memory behind. But the most troubling element wasn't what was missing, it was what remained. All organic material, wood, bone, canvas, was intact. In one case, an entire lifeboat was found resting on the trench shelf, its oars still stowed, rope tied, its brass fittings gone. Not corroded, no wreckage from modern vessels has ever been recovered from this trench. When a Japanese deep-sea probe sent a ceramic capsule into the hollow for sediment collection, it retrieved soil samples fused with microscopic ferrous dust, each granule magnetically aligned as though part of a dispersed machine. Some researchers propose that a rare mineral deposit could be responsible, perhaps a vein of hyperreactive ore absorbing electromagnetic signatures and accelerating decay in refined metals. But this fails to explain the precision of the loss. Why do the hulls disappear while books remain? Why do rivets vanish while shoes sit untouched? There's a darker belief, unspoken except among the most fringe oceanographers, that Dead Steel Hollow is a kind of graveyard not created, but fed. That something in the trench calls metal to it, hungers for it, and strips it from the world, leaving only the story it no longer wants us to finish. And somewhere, in that cold deep, sit 1,000 silent outlines of ships we can no longer prove ever sailed. South of Tasmania, where the Southern Ocean snarls into the screaming 50s, and storms lash the waves without remorse, there is a moving field of water, a patch roughly 12 nautical miles wide, that does not obey global current models. Oceanographers have mapped it, tracked it, tested it, and named it unofficially the drift. Unlike the East Australian current, or the Antarctic circumpolar current, this body of water doesn't follow temperature gradients or pressure routes. It moves on its own schedule, sliding eastward for days, then abruptly shifting west or pausing altogether, as if deciding rather than reacting. Buoys placed within it lose synchronization with neighboring waters. Thermals within its core register temperatures warmer than its surroundings, yet there is no thermal vent, no seafloor rift to explain the heat. Salinity levels oscillate unnaturally, creating stratified layers that ripple vertically, like something underneath is stirring, not from geothermal activity, but from thought. The drift first drew attention in 1989, when a French meteorological satellite picked up what it believed to be a weather anomaly, a perfectly circular patch of churning water spinning counter to all surrounding currents. It wasn't a storm, there were no clouds, no wind, just a rotating disk of ocean, traveling faster than it should have without aid from atmosphere or tectonic shift. A vessel dispatched to investigate reported no unusual surface conditions, but began experiencing strange compass behavior within its boundaries. Magnetic bearings looped slowly, as if orbiting something they couldn't detect. Digital chronometers on board began to drift from atomic time, some by milliseconds, some by more. When the ship returned to port, half its analog watches had stopped, all at the exact same second. Since then, autonomous underwater vehicles attempting to study the drift have returned with corrupted data, not lost, corrupted. One drone, nicknamed Blue Iris, emerged from a 12-hour dive with its hard drives intact, but rearranged. All video files played backward, all coordinate logs reversed, as if it had swum through a mirror. The only untouched file was a short audio loop recorded at its maximum depth, a faint rhythmic clicking, like sonar but deeper, slower, more deliberate. Naval analysts claimed it matched no marine species, and labeled it mechanically plausible, biologically unlikely. The file was later lost in a data breach no one has fully explained. There is no seafloor ridge, no volcano, no whirlpool hiding beneath the drift. Satellite imagery over time shows a strange effect. Cloud patterns above the area appear to warp slightly, their shapes subtly curving as they pass overhead, like light bending around glass. Researchers at one point theorized an ultra-dense pocket of seawater, acting like a lens, but others suggest something more complex, something massive, submerged and hidden, displacing space as much as it does water. To this day, the drift continues to confound scientific efforts. It remains unclaimed by any current, unmoved by prevailing wind or pressure, and seemingly indifferent to the physical laws around it. Some say it's the remnant footprint of something vast that once surfaced and has since submerged again. Others whisper it's a gate, a door between one pattern of ocean and another, one logic and another, not just a drift in current, but a drift in reality. Along the submerged perimeter of the Ross Ice Shelf, where Antarctica's frozen cliffs extend, like jagged teeth, into the encroaching Southern Ocean, divers and autonomous probes have for decades reported an inexplicable phenomenon: low, whisper-like frequencies pulsing from beneath the ice. Not rumblings or seismic vibrations, but articulate sound, patterned, tonal, layered like language, but too slow, too vast in pitch range to be anything human or biological. The phenomenon, known unofficially as the shelf murmurs, has never been recorded clearly, though its presence has been felt in mechanical interference, psychological unease, and synchronized damage to equipment that comes too close. Divers in the 1970s described the sensation as hearing with their bones, a pressure that crawled into the skull, and stayed even after surfacing. The first serious attempt to document these underwater anomalies began in 1994, when a coalition of glaciologists and marine biologists embedded hydrophones along a 30-mile stretch of ice shelf edge. For the first 3 days, nothing out of the ordinary occurred, standard pops and groans from shifting ice. Then, in the early hours of the 4th day, all 11 hydrophones registered a simultaneous tonal sweep, a descending chord that lasted precisely 33 seconds. When analyzed, the sound revealed embedded harmonics, spaced so evenly that several linguists hypothesized syntactical structure, a phonetic architecture, not unlike that of whale song, but far slower, deeper, and more spatially distributed. One researcher likened it to a sentence whispered by the sea, stretched across time. But no creature known to science could produce sound at that frequency without tearing its own tissue. And the deeper the sound was tracked, the stranger it became. Each pulse reverberated off the ocean floor, not as echoes, but as questions, returning altered, as though the seabed itself had answered. Even more unsettling was the discovery that the murmurs repeated at exact lunar intervals, every 28.1 days, a new sequence. Never identical, but always familiar, like verses in an endless hymn. In 2002, a Norwegian submersible, equipped with an experimental thermal mapping rig, passed beneath a shelf edge near the source. 45 minutes into its descent, all readings began to fluctuate, not randomly, but rhythmically. The ocean temperature itself pulsed, then the cameras cut. The vessel resurfaced an hour later, intact but drained of battery and logging capacity. The only file recovered was a 3-second audio loop captured from the external mic. A layered hum, not unlike distant voices, layered atop one another, overlapping and impossibly low. It was as if the sea itself had spoken in a chorus of forgotten things. Since then, various expeditions have attempted to approach the region, but electronic disruptions, navigation errors, and physical discomfort have plagued every effort. Some researchers now refuse to enter the area. Others believe the shelf is not simply echoing environmental data, but is part of a massive buried structure, ancient, perhaps alive, perhaps dormant, communicating in ways that predate all terrestrial language. The Ross Ice Shelf has grown quieter in recent years, but every so often, in the deepest hours of winter, an autonomous buoy still twitches. A wave file ticks into existence, a murmur escapes the ice, and somewhere beneath the frozen sheet, something listens back. Just south of the Laccadive Sea, where the Indian Ocean curls toward ancient trade routes and long-lost empires, there exists a strange topographical feature that does not appear on official charts, but has been seen, documented, and erased by private surveyors and academic researchers alike, known only through off-record transcripts and forgotten hydrographic logs. This feature is referred to in whispers as the drowned etching, a stretch of ocean floor where natural ridges, trenches, and sediment lines seem to form deliberate geometric patterns too vast to comprehend without aerial simulation. From above, the lines coalesce into what looks like a cartographic projection, an etched titanic map, not of the Earth, but of something far older or far stranger. In 1981, a deep-sea mineral exploration company stumbled across the anomaly while scanning the ocean floor for manganese nodules. At first, they believed the readings to be corrupted, a set of overlapping square and spiral formations, unnaturally aligned, with spacing so precise it could not be coincidence. The team performed another scan 2 days later, only to find a shifted pattern, like the shapes had moved. Not by erosion, but by intention. These weren't tectonic in origin. Their angularity, their sequence, the equidistant spacing of ridges, they spoke not of chaos, but of design. And at the center of the formation lay what could only be described as a basin, too deep, too round, and too smooth to have formed naturally. Further investigations were halted when the company's sonar equipment malfunctioned in sequence across 2 vessels. Memory cards were corrupted, and engineers reported low-frequency vibrations pulsing through the hull. One diver who descended into the basin experienced hallucinations, describing shapes that shimmered at the edges of his vision, and the sensation of standing inside something hollow but watching. When he resurfaced, he couldn't speak for 3 hours, not because of trauma, but because, as he later wrote, "My thoughts didn't belong to me yet." In 2008, a leaked oceanographic survey posted anonymously online revealed high-resolution sonar images of what appeared to be radial lines extending from the basin outward, like compass points, each lined with micro-ridges that matched the curvature of planetary longitudes. The implication wasn't that it was a map of Earth, but of something else, something not made for us. The patterns did not align with any known ocean currents, magnetic flows, or gravity wells. They aligned with lunar perigees, with eclipses, with orbital harmonics. Academic institutions that received the files quickly denounced them as fakes. But those who had once worked in classified undersea surveying quietly acknowledged elements of truth. The ocean floor in that region remains off-limits under the guise of instrumental unreliability and hazardous magnetic interference. No further surveys are permitted. No images are released. To this day, the ocean floor near the Laccadive Sea remains an enigma, its lines erased from public maps, its coordinates blurred in satellite scans. But in rare archived footage, sometimes for only a frame, a shape lingers beneath the waves, a grid too deliberate, too complex, and too ancient to be forgotten. A map, not of where we are, but of where something else once was. In a remote quadrant of the South Pacific, thousands of miles from the nearest archipelago, there lies a place where mariners claim the horizon remains fixed, not just still, but unyielding, unaffected by tides, weather, or the ship's own movement. Known among certain Polynesian navigators as Tinu Va, or the locked edge, this region appears to defy perspective itself. Ships that cross into its boundary report that the horizon no longer shifts with their travel, no curvature, no foreshortening. It remains a flat, immovable line, as if drawn in ink. No matter how far one sails, it stays in place, like a backdrop stitched into the fabric of the sea. The first formal documentation of this anomaly occurred in 1932, when a New Zealand research vessel entered the area during a geophysical survey. The crew began to notice that the sun seemed to rise and set along the same perfect path, each day identical. Their sextants, which rely on angle-to-horizon measurements, failed entirely. Celestial navigation became unreliable, and visual bearings made no sense. One helmsman reported turning the vessel westward for 5 hours, only to find the sun still directly ahead. Yet GPS, much later, would confirm they had indeed moved nearly 70 nautical miles. The sea moved beneath them. The clouds changed, but the edge of sight did not. This optical stagnation, bizarre as it was, didn't cause concern until radar began producing returns from empty air. Echoes bounced back from the horizon itself, not from weather, not from land, but from nothing. Analysts described the returns as dense static with form, as if a wall existed just past visible range, intangible but resisting observation. Modern attempts to scan the region via satellite have yielded inexplicable anomalies. Pixels distort, waveforms fracture, and sometimes images from the area are replaced by completely unrelated swathes of ocean from elsewhere, as if the region refuses to be seen directly. In 1976, a cargo vessel, attempting to take a shortcut through the area, vanished for over 4 hours from radar, only to reappear further east with no change in fuel or time logged. The crew, confused, reported seeing stars they didn't recognize, and constellations they swore weren't mapped. Bright, geometric patterns that didn't move, didn't twinkle. One sailor described them as symbols etched into the sky's shell. Another claimed the ocean became perfectly reflective during that time, like polished obsidian, showing not their own faces, but buildings, ancient towers of impossible shape, rising from beneath. None of these claims have been verified. None of them have been refuted. Today, satellite paths are rerouted around Tinu Va. Ships are advised to avoid it, citing electromagnetic interference, though no official hazard is listed. Still, some captains swear that when they sail too close, their crew grows quiet. Watches tick slower, voices carry further than they should, and the sea, vast and breathing all around them, suddenly feels like a stage, its distant curtain drawn taut, unmoving. They say there's a reason the horizon won't shift in T Nouveau, not because it cannot, but because something doesn't want it to. Off the mist-laced waters near Tierra del Fuego, where Antarctic air collides with the warm breath of the southern seas, sailors speak of a ship not found on maps or registries, a vessel without flag, without call sign, seen only when the sea turns glass-like in the wake of passing calm. They call it La Espejada, the mirrored one, because it never appears in open sight, only in reflections. You might look over the side of your boat and see the waves, your hull, the sky, and there behind it all, a ship sailing in tandem, dark sails slack in still wind, a mast higher than the eye expects, gliding backward, or sometimes upside down. But when you raise your head to match the image in the water, there is nothing above, only empty air. First documented in a 1911 journal, from a Chilean merchant captain, the sighting described the appearance of a full-rigged bark, trailing behind his vessel, in the reflection of an otherwise calm sea. At first he believed it was another ship, positioned behind his own, but when he turned the horizon was clear. The reflection persisted for nearly 7 minutes, during which his compass swung 30 degrees, and his crew stood silent, transfixed, unable or unwilling to move. When the water was finally disturbed by a breeze, the reflection shattered, and the crew claimed to feel something heavy lift from their bodies, as though gravity had momentarily thickened. In 1944, a British patrol ship off the Falkland Islands recorded a similar event. One officer logged in his daily report, saw a vessel moving directly beneath us, mirrored perfectly, but with no physical presence. Impossible geometry. The ship's bow pointed toward us, but the stern pointed upward. 2 men fainted. The wireless operator claimed the radio hissed with whispers in unfamiliar tongues, none louder than breath. The report was buried under wartime noise. But La Espejada does not only haunt surface waters. In 1988, a French deep-sea submersible recorded a video feed that, upon replay, showed the reflection of another vessel in the submarine's own viewport, though the glass was facing open ocean, with no possible object outside. The reflection moved independently of the sub's motion. When the footage was slowed frame by frame, a figure was visible in the rigging of the mirrored ship, still as a statue, one hand extended as though pressed against the glass. The sub's captain refused further dives after the incident, citing migraines and reoccurring dreams of drowning not in water, but in light. Attempts to study the phenomenon scientifically have failed. The reflection never appears under observation, only in still moments, when the ocean forgets to ripple and the air forgets to move, do those quiet enough and unlucky enough catch a glimpse of La Espejada, sailing just beneath the world we know. She is not seen in waves, nor on radars, only in the liquid mirrors of the ocean's slowest hours, and always, she sails toward you, never away, always closer than you think. Beneath the darkened stretches of the Philippine Trench, farther than most submersibles dare descend, and deeper than light dares linger, there exists a reef that hums, not with the chatter of fish or the grinding of tectonic plates, but with a sustained harmonic resonance, an endless low-frequency chord that pulses like breath through bone. Divers call it the songbed. Scientists call it impossible. Coral should not sing. It was first discovered accidentally in 1997, during an academic expedition intended to study Hadal ecosystems. As the deep-sea drone descended past 9,000 meters, the team noticed an odd rhythmic vibration in their feed, audio distortion that didn't come from the equipment, but from the water itself. The deeper they went, the louder it grew. Then, abruptly, the signal stabilized. Signal stabilized, and they saw it, a sprawling network of coral structures spiraling like cathedral spires across the ocean floor, some over 10 meters high, glowing faintly with bioluminescence, not native to any known reef system. The coral, translucent, veined with gold and green filaments, seemed to shimmer in reaction to the submersible's lights. But more curiously, their arrangement was geometric, a repeating hexagonal grid pattern resembling sound wave interference diagrams. When the team activated hydrophones, they realized the reef was producing a layered song, tones overlapping at perfect harmonic intervals, not random, but composed. The melody never repeated. The notes bent, slowed and twisted, as though listening to themselves and improvising in return. Analysis revealed that these choral structures weren't anchored in rock, but floating slightly above the seafloor, suspended by microscopic air chambers in their stalks, and they weren't static. When the expedition returned 6 days later, the reef had shifted location by nearly 200 meters, without dragging sediment or leaving any trail. It had moved but not by current or force. It had migrated silently, as though it had somewhere to be. Even more disturbing were the effects the sound had on the crew. After prolonged exposure to the reef's melody, several researchers reported vivid dreams of cities made of bone, where buildings pulsed like lungs and roads rearranged themselves underfoot. One scientist, a geologist named Renaud Delambre, became convinced the coral was not natural at all, but the memory of a much older intelligence, an organism that had survived extinction by sinking and splitting into 1,000 fragments of itself, each singing to call the others home. Samples brought to the surface dissolved into seawater before reaching the lab. Recordings of the melody stored on digital drives were later found corrupted, replaced by perfect sine waves at 444 Hz, a tone commonly used in sacred tunings. When played back in water tanks, those tones caused tiny air bubbles to form without any chemical reaction, as if something were trying to reassemble. Today, the reef remains undocumented by most marine biology indexes. Its coordinates have been sealed in a private academic archive, but those who've heard the song say it never truly leaves. It hums in quiet rooms, pulses through distant waves. Not a warning, not a threat, a calling. The coral sings not for us, but for something that once lived in harmony beneath the pressure, something waiting for its voice to return. Deep below the already unfathomable depths of the Mariana Trench, beneath Challenger, deep where pressure crushes steel like parchment, and silence becomes a second atmosphere, explorers have identified an anomaly that defies all known oceanic architecture. Not a cave, not a vent. A tunnel, wide, straight, smooth, boring horizontally into the Earth's crust, like the beginning of a corridor no human should have discovered. It has no name on official charts, no public documentation, only the hushed term whispered among elite oceanographers, the hollow descent. The story begins in 2006, when an experimental unmanned probe named Leviathan 4 was lowered to collect seafloor samples near a hydrothermal vent system. At a depth just beyond 11,000 meters, it detected a perfect temperature void, an absence, a sudden thermal drop not associated with any natural geological feature. Curious, the operators adjusted course. Then the visuals came in. Before them stretched what appeared to be a cylindrical tunnel, its walls impossibly smooth, its edges lit faintly by bioluminescent streaks that pulsed like veins. The tunnel extended out of frame, left and right, with no visible end in either direction. Even stranger, gravity sensors on the probe began to fail. The tunnel did not align with the trench's expected geology. It bent away from Earth's natural curvature. They hesitated, but curiosity won. The probe entered. Within 2 minutes, all directional telemetry collapsed. Compass readings reversed. Time stamps glitched. Signal clarity dipped. But the video feed remained. The tunnel was not a cave, not formed by lava erosion. Its symmetry was too perfect. The walls bore markings, etched grooves resembling language, or perhaps algorithmic code, recurring in fractal loops. Some grooves pulsed faintly in infrared, others reflected sonar in patterns that mimicked musical intervals. The operators believed the probe was traveling horizontally, but then the onboard accelerometer reported an impossible ascent, upward through solid Earth, though there was no change in altitude. After 24 minutes, the feed cut abruptly. No warning, just a final flash of red luminescence, followed by black. Weeks later, the probe was located by a second vessel, but not where expected. Leviathan 4 had resurfaced 137 kilometers away, at a depth only half as deep. Its hull was intact, but its internals had been rearranged. Memory banks were reversed, physically installed backward. Power modules were fused in pairs. Every screw turned counterclockwise. The video logs, however, had been overwritten, not erased, but replaced with a solid block of noise that, when run through audio processing, revealed a faint whispering loop repeating the same 5-note phrase in D minor. The cadence matched no known song, but it hummed in the rhythm of something alive. Since then, no probe has re-entered. The hollow descent. Funding proposals are rejected without explanation, and the coordinates are now absent from satellite elevation maps, covered by a digitally rendered patch of generic trench topography. Some believe the tunnel isn't a structure at all, but a scar, left by something that tunneled through our planet eons ago, and still coils beneath the crust, dormant and dreaming. Others say it's a threshold, a relic passage to something not bound by space, but sound and shape, and slow, deliberate thought. A tunnel that doesn't lead out, or in but down, towards something that forgot how to die. Far off the jagged coastlines of Nova Scotia, beyond the reach of radio towers, and forgotten in the folds of older maritime maps, fishing vessels have reported an impossible beacon, one that pulses light through fog and storm, even on clear nights, though no structure rises above the waves. Mariners call it the submerged light, a phantom lighthouse that emits not only beams but rhythm, flashes of such precise timing they resemble Morse code, yet no naval authority claims knowledge of it. What disturbs most who see it is not the light itself, but its origin, always from beneath the sea's surface, never from above. Accounts date back to the mid-1800s, when whalers noted an eerie glow that swept across the masts of their ships on moonless nights, as though a lighthouse stood below them, flickering upward. The logs dismissed it as heat lightning, but sailors refused to sleep above deck. In 1923, a British cargo vessel reported a full sequence of white flashes, 8 long bursts followed by one short, emitted from a fixed location near a submerged shelf. Expecting a fog station, they altered course and found only open water. Their ship's clock had gained 14 minutes. Half the crew suffered severe vertigo. The captain scrawled a note in his log, not a warning, but an invitation. In 1979, sonar from a deep-sea research team near the same coordinates captured what looked like a tower, stone-like, narrow, extending vertically 200 meters from the ocean floor. It had steps, it had windows, yet nothing visible breached the surface, and when divers attempted descent, their suits filled with a strange low-frequency hum that resonated directly in their skulls, like an old radio tuned just between channels. One diver described seeing a spiral of concentric glass orbs along the tower's body, each pulsing with interior light, like eyes blinking through brine. But the most chilling report emerged in 2002 from a submarine crew conducting classified acoustic mapping. As they neared the Phantom Tower's last known location, their external microphones captured a signal, 2 tones repeated in sequence: long, short, long, short. The crew's linguist, fluent in multiple dialects of Morse and maritime communication, interpreted the message as a repeated word, home. The sub surfaced 2 hours later, seemingly unaffected, but the captain, once a stoic and seasoned officer, resigned that same night, leaving a single phrase in his formal letter: "There's a lighthouse down there, and it's lit for someone who hasn't returned yet." Modern expeditions to the area encounter constant equipment failure. GPS refuses to lock, batteries drain within minutes, and even satellite passes show inconsistent ocean coloring in that zone, brighter, as though lit from underneath by something vast and patient. No lighthouse exists in official databases, no navigation beacon has been approved, and yet the light continues. On some nights, the beam can be seen flickering against the low clouds, sweeping not across the sea, but into the sky, searching for what no one can say. But to those who drift too near, it feels less like warning, and more like memory, a signal not of danger, but of longing. In a remote region of the Norwegian Sea, past the edges of routine shipping lanes, and well beyond the range of coastal buoy networks, there lies a zone mariners dread, for reasons no weather report can predict. Sailors refer to it simply as the rise, for within this stretch of deep water, the ocean lifts, not by storm, not by swell, but all at once, as if breathing upward. A tide surges where no tide should be, and it comes without wind, without lunar pull, without warning. It is not accompanied by crashing waves or foaming crests, but by silence, utter, complete silence. The first documented encounter occurred in 1951, when a Soviet research trawler drifting through calm waters suddenly found itself rising with the sea. Instruments reported a vertical displacement of over 4 meters, though the surrounding water remained eerily still. The surface shimmered like a mirror. The boat creaked as if something underneath were lifting it, then setting it gently back down. The event lasted 2 minutes. The crew, shaken, claimed the sky appeared darker during the rise, though it was midday, and the horizon bent, curving slightly upward in all directions, as if the world itself were folding in. Subsequent expeditions attempted to identify geological causes, seafloor gas releases, minor tectonic activity, thermal vents, yet none were found. The seafloor below the rise is stable, empty, and flat, no ridge, no fracture, no volcano. In 1987, a NOAA vessel stationed seismic recorders on the ocean bed in the region. When the rise occurred again 6 days later, every sensor activated simultaneously, but not from beneath. The tremor came from above, as though something immense had pressed down from the surface of the water, and the sea responded by pushing upward in protest. Sonar logs from the area consistently show strange vertical plumes, not of heat or air, but of nothing. Columns of absence, voids in the water, where sonar bounces back incomplete. In 2009, a Norwegian cargo ship passed through the rise and documented another anomaly. All clocks on board stopped for 47 seconds, then resumed as if nothing had happened. Their position had not changed. Fuel use remained consistent, but several crew members later reported nosebleeds and dreams of being suspended, not in water, but in air, surrounded by voices speaking backwards, naming constellations that don't exist. Oceanographers now quietly refer to this phenomenon as a dimensional tide, a placeholder term for something they do not understand and cannot explain. Some believe it to be an echo, an ocean responding to something that once passed through it, an ancient tremor that replays itself through time. Others think it's a form of pressure, not caused by Earth, but by some immense celestial influence we've yet to measure. The only consensus is that it's not meteorological, not tectonic, and not safe. Modern vessels that traverse the rise often disable external equipment and avoid logging coordinates. They pass silently, heads bowed, as if crossing a grave. Because in those moments when the sea lifts without motion, without sound, without cause, it feels less like water moving, and more like something underneath waking. Off the western shelf of the Sargasso Sea, where ocean currents spiral lazily, and the water grows thick with centuries of drift, there floats a place sailors call the Wound. Its location is never the same, only described in fragments, like a bruise on the skin of the sea, where compasses falter and chronometers slip seconds like sand. Here in this slowly turning gyre, a mystery lingers among the tendrils of golden algae, a shipwreck that should not be, not because of its age, but because it is getting younger. The tale began in 1962, when an aerial reconnaissance plane spotted what it believed was a newly sunk vessel, a schooner, black-hulled, mast still upright, half submerged and drifting. Rescue teams found no distress signal. When they arrived 3 days later, the ship was gone. A month afterward, a different crew reported the same ship, again freshly damaged, hull now less worn. Photos taken revealed a name carved into the wood, Caligo Mare, Latin for sea mist, a name unknown to registries. Investigators thought it a ghost vessel, perhaps a wartime relic, until in 1974, it was found again floating quietly, with sails intact, barnacles strangely absent, wood appearing polished. Divers approached and found the hull pristine, as if it had never sailed. But beneath that perfection, time unraveled. Logbooks recovered from inside the vessel read backward, entries dated in descending years, with the handwriting growing steadier, less weathered. Pages at the back were blank, fresh, ink-scented. The oldest entry was from 1893, the next 1894. By 1902, the entries began to describe memories that hadn't yet occurred, names of vessels that hadn't been built, references to political events not yet known. One final entry, dated tomorrow, simply read, "We are almost new again." Researchers who studied the fragments reported physiological symptoms, headaches, blood pressure irregularities, and vivid dreams of drowning, not in water, but in time. One scientist, obsessed with the ship's trajectory, attempted to track sightings, and discovered something unsettling. Each reappearance of the Caligo mare occurred at coordinates slightly closer to Bermuda, as if spiraling inward. A theory emerged, not of ghosts, but of recursion. The ship, it was proposed, was caught in a fold of space-time, perhaps drawn through a temporal whirlpool at the heart of the Sargasso, shedding age as it circled. Some believe it is an artifact of an ancient experiment gone wrong, others that it is a living memory of the ocean itself, rewinding its own wounds to before the harm was done. Today, maritime authorities no longer acknowledge the sightings, but private vessels occasionally report glimpses, a schooner shining like oil in moonlight, moving not forward, but backward, as if reeling from the present. No one boards it now, no one dares, because each year, it seems younger, fresher, hungrier, and someday, perhaps soon, it will not be a wreck at all, but a ship waiting to be launched, sails taut, captain smiling, unaware that his maiden voyage is already his last. In the desolate waters north of Iceland, where winter clouds hang low, and the sea takes on the colour of steel, there is a phenomenon known only to a few mariners. Whispered in late-night tavern corners, or scribbled in the margins of retired captains' logs. They call it the window. It is not a storm, nor a current, nor a hallucination, though it has been called all three. It is a singular location that appears without rhythm or schedule, usually just before dusk, when the water goes calm enough to show its true face. And in that mirror, beneath the gently trembling surface, one does not see their own reflection, but a room. It begins with the light, a glimmer not from the sky, but from the ocean, as though a bulb had been lit deep below. It pulses once, then grows steadily brighter, until the surface itself glows softly from beneath. It never casts upward rays, nor burns the eye, but those who witness it say the light seems intentional, not a flare or luminescence, but an invitation. When a vessel drifts over it, careful, quiet, sails furled, it becomes clear that the water no longer reflects, it refracts. Beneath the hull, the sea seems to open into a fully formed chamber, square, domed, circular, always changing, always enclosed by walls, corners, and furniture that defy explanation. In 1971, a fishing vessel named Unsolved encountered the anomaly and drifted directly above it. The crew described seeing a room beneath the sea, tiled in black and white, with a single table and 3 chairs, each occupied. The figures sitting at the table never moved, but their heads slowly turned toward the ship above. Their faces were not visible. Divers refused to enter the water. One attempted to lower a weighted camera, but the light vanished as soon as the lens touched the surface. Within hours, one of the crewmen jumped overboard during the night, leaving only his coat and boots behind. No splash was heard. In the following decades, similar sightings occurred, each with slight differences: a spiral staircase coiling downward into nowhere, a cathedral with no door, a child's bedroom with toys that appeared to move, always under still seas, always when no engine is running, and always gone in an instant, vanishing like fog the moment it is disturbed. One academic theory proposed that the window represents a form of oceanic lensing, perhaps caused by sudden temperature inversions that mimic optical illusion, but no temperature shifts have ever been recorded in those moments. Sonar, LiDAR, and satellite do not register any structure beneath the sea, and yet every account describes architecture, walls, doors, fixtures, with uncanny consistency, not the randomness of hallucination, but the deliberate design of a hidden place. The most controversial report came in 2006 from a team aboard a private Norwegian research vessel, who claimed to have seen a library beneath the surface, dozens of long shelves reaching into the darkness, each filled not with books but with jars. Inside each jar, something coiled, something small, something watching. They lowered a probe with a mechanical arm to retrieve one, but as the claw neared the edge of the window, all lights on the ship cut out. For 7 minutes, the sea glowed faintly with its own silent language, and when the power returned, the probe was gone. In its place, a single wet jar, left neatly on the deck, sealed and fogged from within. The jar was never opened. Since then, sightings have decreased, but only in frequency, not intensity. Those who've seen the window once often report dreaming of it again and again, though the contents of the room change with each sleep. One woman, a captain's daughter, claimed that in her dreams the room beneath the sea grew larger every time, until it finally reflected her childhood bedroom in perfect detail, except the mirror showed the back of her own head, and someone else watching her from the bed. Others believe the window is not beneath the sea at all, but a fold in perception, something the ocean permits only in moments of perfect quiet, when the world forgets to look too closely. A parallel space glimpsed through salt and pressure, offering no explanation, only observation. It doesn't seem to threaten, at least not openly. But those who see it do not forget, and many who've seen it once will never sail again, claiming the sea now feels different beneath them, thinner, less of a surface, more of a skin stretched taut over something looking back. Modern instruments still cannot confirm its location, but sailors know. They recognize the stillness, the hush before the sky grays and the wind dies. They know when to kill the motor and wait, just in case the sea decides to show its secret, and when it does, no one breathes, because the room below is always watching, and sometimes, if you stare long enough, you might just see yourself inside it, already seated, already waiting. Somewhere off the crumbling cliffs of Patagonia, just past where the continental shelf drops like a staircase into the black, there echoes a sound no sonar wants to hold. It does not register on decibels like a whale's song or the groan of grinding tectonic plates. It's subtler, more structured. Same of, they call it the choir, a name unfit for the magnitude of its unease, because those who've heard it, whether through hydrophones or through their own bones as they drift above in silence, insist it is not nature's voice, but something rehearsed. The first report came in 1985 from an Argentinian marine observatory monitoring ocean bottom earthquakes. In the middle of a calm evening, the sonar technician on duty noticed rhythmic pulses beneath the baseline hum of the sea. At first he believed it to be a malfunction, a feedback loop. But when the sound was isolated, what emerged was a harmony of tones, layered in chords, repeating every 243 seconds. It wasn't a wail, the frequency was too smooth, the rhythm too precise, and most unsettling of all, it ended with what could only be described as a rising question. 3 notes, perfectly spaced, each growing in pitch, the last held long enough to imply it awaited an answer. They logged the sound, and returned the next day with higher sensitivity recorders. The pattern resumed, unchanged. No matter the equipment, the tide or the depth, the sequence never altered. The only variable was volume, which spiked when the moon reached zenith. Theories swirled, a previously unknown marine species, some form of subaquatic seismic communication, a trick of current echoing through unseen caverns. But one diver who volunteered to listen through a bone conduction headset while submerged had a different interpretation. He emerged shaking, whispering the same phrase over and over, "It's practicing." In 1992, an expedition team deployed a new hydroacoustic array, designed to triangulate sound origins across deep ocean channels. For 2 nights, the system failed to lock. On the 3rd night, it returned a result, an origin point located 1,800 meters below sea level, within a trench wall believed to be solid basalt, no crevice, no cave, just stone. And yet, the signal emerged again, stronger, now layered with over a dozen tones, some low enough to rumble through the hull of the research vessel, others pitched so high only the youngest crew members could perceive them. What made the choir infamous, however, wasn't the sound itself, but its mimicry. In 2001, a Canadian ocean lab accidentally broadcast a fragment of a researcher's voice during a deep-sea microphone test. Just 3 words, "We are here." The message bled into the water unnoticed. But 6 days later, the choir changed. Its melody bent, shifted, adjusted, and added 3 notes, matching the cadence, matching the pitch. 3 notes that, when run through digital sonographic comparison, aligned perfectly with the waveform of that voice clip. The sea, it seemed, had responded. It wasn't the first time. Archived logs from submarines in the 1960s, long classified, hinted at similar sounds off the coast of West Africa, tones replicating the sonar pings of Soviet patrols with unsettling accuracy. Others described what they believed to be radio static, echoing underwater in rhythmic phrases that matched no weather or navigation frequency. Some theorists believe the choir is not a biological phenomenon at all, but a relic, a machine, not made of metal, perhaps, but of mineral and intent, something ancient, embedded within the Earth's crust, singing not because it wants to, but because it must, repeating, refining, listening. Others propose a more frightening idea, that the choir is learning, that it has always been listening to our ships, our voices, our mistakes, that it is rehearsing language, practicing tone, trying, one day, to speak. Today the sound still rises every 243 seconds. Some call it beautiful, others won't stay in those waters overnight. One sailor claims that during a silent drift through the area, his wife's voice echoed faintly through the radio. Though she was home half a world away, it said his name. It hummed 3 notes. Then the line went dead. The choir does not sing for us, not exactly, but sometimes it listens a little too closely, and every once in a while, it sings something back. Beneath the shifting white labyrinth of the Arctic, where ice yawns and closes with sounds too deep for the human ear, researchers stumbled upon a beat, an oscillation far too steady to be random, yet too organic to be mechanical. They called it the pulse, though that name, like all the others assigned to oceanic impossibilities, only hints at what lies beneath. First detected by a Soviet submarine in 1976, during an unsanctioned incursion into the high Arctic shelf, the rhythm was unlike anything catalogued in sonar history. A deep thump followed by 2 shorter echoes, like a heart that had evolved for water rather than flesh. It emanated from below the Laptev Sea, beneath a shelf of ice and permafrost, so ancient it predates recorded time. The submarine, the Rasputin, had been running silent, evading detection. But when the thumping began, it vibrated through the vessel's walls, bypassing sonar entirely and striking the very bones of the crew. They felt it before they heard it, and when they finally isolated the sound, they found that it was not broadcasting outward, it was bouncing inward, contained, reverberating within a pocket of space, so deep beneath the ocean floor that it should not have held any void at all. For the remaining duration of their mission, they were not alone. The pulse followed. It remained constant, sometimes louder, sometimes fainter, but never ceasing, like breath at rest. Upon return, the Soviet ministry denied the recording's existence. But in 1991, after the dissolution, fragments of the sonar logs surfaced among declassified Arctic exploration data. The rhythm had a pattern. It accelerated slightly every 32 hours, then slowed again. Even stranger, it reacted. When nearby vessels activated sonar, the pulse shifted in pitch, as if acknowledging the intrusion. One American icebreaker, the Dartmouth, entered the same region in 1995 and encountered the anomaly as well. Their scientists noted changes in the conductivity of the seawater directly above the source. Something below was generating heat, not volcanic heat, but rhythmic, wave-like warmth pulsing in tandem with the sound, like blood circulating beneath skin. Years passed, ice shifted, satellites mapped, but the pulse returned each time, in the same place, beneath a zone geologists had long assumed to be dead crust. Then, in 2013, a team from Norway's Polar Institute dropped a submersible drone into a meltwater crevice near the area. As it descended, they received distorted images, glimpses of something moving beneath the sediment, not writhing, but swelling, breathing. The feed lasted less than 2 minutes. Before it cut, the last transmitted frame showed a wall of material that looked less like rock and more like skin, ridged, patterned and rippling. The drone never resurfaced. The team abandoned the site, shaken. In the aftermath, their lead researcher began publishing papers under pseudonyms, each suggesting a different theory, one biological, one cosmic, one theological. Each arrived at the same fear that the planet may not simply host life, but contain something living still, something ancient, slumbering not in myth, but in pressure, and cold and forgotten memory, and that the oceans, vast as they are, may not be as empty as we believe, but instead part of some larger body we've barely begun to understand. Those who have heard the pulse in its unedited form describe a sensation impossible to articulate. Some cry without meaning to, others grow nauseous. One diver, given a filtered recording, described the rhythm as not threatening, but expecting, as if the sound were waiting, not for us, but for something else to wake with it, to rise in rhythm. Now ice melt accelerates. The Arctic opens a little more each year, and the pulse continues, soft, slow, unstoppable. The ocean, it seems, has a heartbeat, and we are only just beginning to realize we've been hearing it all along. Near the southern rim of the Mariana Trench, Earth's deepest known scar, submersibles have reported a light, not a flicker of bioluminescence, or the glare of a submersible's own beams reflecting off sediment, but a sustained, steady glow, like the kind emitted from an old gas lamp, swaying inside a sealed room. It is far too deep for sunlight, far too isolated for human presence, and yet, according to multiple expedition logs, it pulses through the darkness at intervals so precise they could be set to clocks. They call it the lighthouse, though no structure has ever been found, and nothing that glows down there has any business being alive. The earliest known encounter came in 1997, when an unmanned Japanese submersible, drifting near the trench's ledge, recorded 12 minutes of footage of the deep walls. At the 9-minute mark, the camera caught a shimmer, circular, golden, unmoving, a light that did not scatter through the water, but held its shape as though enclosed behind glass. The footage showed nothing else, no source, no shadow, no response when approached. But the moment the sub drifted within 20 meters, all telemetry failed, pressure gauges went blank, signal feeds froze, and then, slowly, the camera turned back on, facing the opposite direction. No logs explained how the rotation happened, no current strong enough existed at that depth. When retrieved, the sub's hull was warm to the touch, though it had been resting in freezing blackness for hours. Since then, sightings have multiplied. A 2010 US Navy exploratory mission confirmed a persistent heat signature within the trench's upper funnel, anomalous not just in temperature, but in pattern. Every 88 seconds, a wave of warmth pulsed outward from the trench wall like a beacon. Sonar waves that passed through that zone returned distorted, showing faint geometric outlines beneath the sediment. A square, a spiral, a steeple-like rise, structures too clean to be coincidence, too deep to be relics from any known civilization, and yet the glow remains, sometimes pale amber, sometimes a crimson-like blood, viewed through thick ice. One theory posits a volcanic vent, releasing heated minerals into a chamber of highly reflective walls, an underwater prism. But no known vent behaves with such precision, nor glows with such consistency. Another suggests a slow-dying bioluminescent colony, descended from organisms isolated for eons. But then there is the issue of sound. In 2018, a deep acoustic buoy deployed by a Chilean research team picked up something strange during a flyover above the trench. As the light below brightened, visible only briefly in infrared, a tone emerged through the water, low, long, repeating, like a bell struck from within a cathedral of salt. The sound carried for kilometers, and according to data logs, its frequency adjusted in tandem with the lunar cycle, growing sharper during new moons and deeper during full ones. Theories fractured. Some said it was a remnant of a long-lost outpost, an Atlantean ruin displaced by tectonic drift. Others argued for natural resonance, a geological instrument played by the push and pull of gravity. But those who've observed it most closely, particularly those who spent time hovering above the glow, describe a different sensation, the sense that the light was watching back, that beneath that measured, patient glow was something aware, something waiting, like a lighthouse, yes, but not one guiding anyone home, one keeping something in. Even now, no vessel has reached the source. Submersibles either lose power, freeze in place, or return with inexplicable anomalies, missing bolts, warped sensors, scratches too deliberate to be random. One drone came back with barnacles that had grown in reverse, spiraling inward toward a central point. Another returned with its data erased, and its memory logs replaced with white noise that, when visualized, revealed a repeating waveform in the shape of an eye. No public expeditions are planned near that site anymore. The trench remains forbidden not by law, but by silent agreement. The light still pulses, the sound still hums, and far below, whatever dwells in the folds of the Earth's deepest place continues to wait, not to be found, but to be remembered. West of Cape Hatteras, in waters not yet warm enough to be forgiving, but not cold enough to be merciful, there drifts a silence that sailors know better than to pierce. This is the zone between shipping routes, a strange quiet lane sometimes called the Cut, where currents flatten unexpectedly, and birds will not circle. In 1944, a Coast Guard cutter known as the Albatross vanished while patrolling these waters under clear skies and calm sea. No distress call, no wreckage, no oil slick. Just gone. Only months later did another ship report something new in the region. A whisper, audible not through radio, but through the hull itself. A voice too low to pass yet unmistakably human in cadence. A murmur that travelled not across the surface, but through the salt and steel of the ship itself. The first official record of the sound came from the logs of the USCGC Westcott in 1951, where crew described hearing a conversation that could not be silenced no matter how far they travelled. The voices weren't in English, or in any language known, but the emotion in the cadence was unmistakable, pleading. Long, slow waves of phonemes spaced as if spoken by something unused to lungs. The sonar array picked up nothing. No whale, no wreck, no seafloor vent. Just static layered over distant syllables that did not repeat but lingered, as if waiting to be understood. In 1966, a privately owned oceanographic vessel fitted with experimental acoustic capture tools ventured into the Cut and recorded over 2 hours of the whisper. Linguists later reviewed the data and determined that the structure resembled proto-language, like speech in the very earliest stages of human evolution. But deeper in the frequencies, audio technicians found something else, a second voice, mirroring the first slightly out of phase. The implication terrified even the skeptics. This was not a single whisper, it was a dialogue. One voice always deeper, always answering after delay, always ending with the same drawn-out note, the kind that hangs in the air too long and refuses to resolve. As sonar and sound mapping technology advanced, the phenomenon was studied further. It became clear that the whispers intensified around vessels that dropped anchor, but not those that passed through quickly. Ships that loitered reported strange phenomena, compasses that reversed polarity, crew-wide migraines, cold spots in warm cabins, and in one unsettling case, spontaneous nosebleeds timed precisely to the whisper's pulses. One engineer claimed to feel hands pressing against his ears from inside his skull. Another saw letters forming on the condensation of the porthole glass, vanishing before anyone else could see. Always different letters, never forming words. Some researchers began calling the phenomenon echo language, suggesting that the whisper might be the ocean speaking to itself, a sort of feedback loop created by the interplay of thermal layers, tectonic stress, and the magnetic anomalies mapped in that zone. But this theory was abandoned after an experiment in 1983. A deep-sea microphone was dropped to record the whisper directly, unimpeded by surface interference. For 32 minutes it recorded nothing. Then, without warning, the microphone was pulled downward by a force exceeding 2,000 pounds. Its cable snapped. 2 weeks later, it was found in a fisherman's net over 100 miles away, crushed and twisted. When the damaged device was salvaged and the storage recovered, only one file remained, an audio clip 7 seconds long, containing a whisper not in gibberish, but in perfect English. It said, "Don't listen." The phrase has never been repeated. No ship has disappeared since the Albatross, but those who pass through the cut still report the whispers, softer now, less urgent, as if whatever was trying to speak has grown tired, or patient. But once in 2007, a French research team intentionally played back the recovered audio on open speakers, while passing over the zone. Nothing happened at first, but by midnight, the captain awoke to find the walls of his cabin soaked, not wet, but damp with salt that seemed to bleed from the metal. In the logbook, his last entry read, "She's in the walls now, listening back." What speaks in the cut has not revealed itself, but its voice lingers, and sailors know now, never to anchor in that place, not because of storms but because the sea might speak again, and next time it might say your name. Beneath the cold churn of the Baltic Sea, where silt runs thick as smoke, and the bottom folds in gentle deceptive hills, divers found something that should not have been there. It rose from the sediment in a perfect circle, over 60 feet across, with walls too uniform to be natural, and grooves too deliberate to be erosion. Some said it looked like a UFO, others said it resembled a stone circle, like a megalith sunken before memory. But what caught attention, what kept researchers returning despite failing equipment and frayed nerves, was the sound. They called it the bell tower, though no tower exists, and no bell is visible. Yet each time a diver descended toward the anomaly, a deep chime rang out, not through water, but from within the diver's bones, a single toll, so slow and low it seemed to bypass the ears and resonate directly in the spine. It was never recorded by hydrophones, never picked up by surface sonar, but every human who entered that space, military or civilian, trained or reckless, heard it, felt it, sometimes once, sometimes multiple times, each chime closer together, as if something were approaching. In 2011, a Swedish salvage crew first documented the site using side-scanned sonar. What appeared at first to be a shipwreck resolved into an image unlike anything they'd seen, a perfectly symmetrical structure, with steps, corridors, and what appeared to be an arched doorway, half buried in centuries of silt. When they sent a remotely operated vehicle, ROV, to investigate, the feed lasted 6 minutes before cutting to static. The robot returned to the surface trailing fine black sediment, and missing its internal compass module. Data logs showed it had spun in place over 300 times during descent, though ocean currents in the area were negligible. The last frame it recorded showed an entrance, not carved, not eroded, built. Subsequent dives proved even more unsettling. Divers reported moments of complete sensory failure, vision fading to darkness, then returning without explanation. Some described hearing music, faint, warbled, like choir hymns sung from a different room. Others felt pressure behind their eyes, as if a presence had passed in front of them unseen. One diver returned with scratches down his wetsuit, evenly spaced and too long to be caused by coral or metal. He claimed he never touched anything. He said he heard footsteps on stone, beneath him. Attempts to take core samples failed. Drills dulled instantly. Mechanical arms froze mid-motion. Cameras short-circuited. And each time the team descended, the chiming began again. Experts ruled out sonar reflection. But nothing explains how the sound bypasses technology and moves through flesh. It's a bell that only humans can hear. Some say it is a relic from a time before the Ice Age, when land bridges still stitched the continents, and something older than cities called the Baltic home. Others suggest it's not a structure at all, but the fossilized remains of something massive, something whose skull formed a dome, and whose body turned to stone with time and pressure. But local fishermen have their own belief. They say a church once stood there, swallowed in a single night by a wave that had no wind behind it. That the bell tower went last, pulled down slowly as the congregation inside kept singing. And now, sometimes, the sea tolls that final hymn, waiting for it to be finished. The Swedish government suspended all funded research at the site in 2015, citing unexplained health risks and interference with naval operations. But the chime continues. Every few months, a recreational diver or daring researcher makes the descent. Some return, some don't. The few who make it back speak less, sleep worse. One claimed before disappearing entirely that he heard a second bell begin to ring. This one higher, fainter, still distant, but moving closer. Whatever rests beneath the Baltic does not seem to want to be found, but it tolls all the same. Not to warn, not to summon, but to remind there is a door below the sea, and something on the other side still listens for its name. Between the tip of South America and the fringe of the Antarctic Peninsula lies a stretch of water so violent, so unpredictable, that sailors have long regarded it with reverence and fear. The Drake Passage, home to the world's most furious convergence of currents and winds, was never meant to be calm, but below its madness, past the reach of storm and swell, an altogether quieter terror drifts unnoticed, a current that does not obey gravity, temperature, or depth. It does not circulate, but travels in one direction, and it sings. Mariners once spoke of the current as legend, a line in the water where ships lost speed and men lost thoughts. The indigenous Yagan people spoke of it as a pathway the dead take toward the ice, a current you never swim against unless you wish to forget your name. For centuries it was folklore, but in 2004, an Argentinian submarine, on a routine depth survey, registered something no one expected. A ribbon of water, only 5 meters wide, cutting horizontally through the ocean layers with surgical precision, warmer than the water above, colder than the water below, yet denser than both. It traveled eastward, unwavering, unaffected by the Coriolis force, tidal motion, or the temperature shifts that should have dispersed it. Suspended in this corridor, sensors recorded a low harmonic tone, droning steadily at 17 Hz, inaudible to the human ear, yet present in every water molecule it passed. To understand its impossible movement, researchers launched autonomous drones to follow its path. Most were lost, either veering off course or shutting down completely. The few that returned brought back data corrupted by soft static that seemed to pulse rhythmically through their memory logs. But from these fragments, a faint audio layer was isolated, whispers, barely audible even after enhancement. Female voices, speaking in cadence but in no known language, not random, but musical, like a chant or call and response from an ancient ritual. Linguists could find no match. When reversed, the chant grew clearer, not understandable, but eerie in tone, like something meant to echo off stone walls, not circulate through seawater. Divers were discouraged from exploring the region, but in 2009, a rogue expedition by oceanic thrill seekers breached protocol and dropped a submersible directly into the current's path. The logs recovered from their black box revealed an alarming detail, one the official agencies still redact. They never stopped moving. Though the sub's engines were cut, the vehicle accelerated, not fast, but with persistent force, as if being pulled, not by suction, but beckoning. Alongside the propulsion, internal audio recorded something even stranger. Not just whispers now, but names. The pilot's name, repeated softly, layered beneath the hum, then the second crew members, then the third, each name uttered once, then silence. When the sub resurfaced, the occupants were unconscious. They later awoke with no memory of the dive, only dreams filled with spinning mirrors and red thread pulled through seawater. One researcher, months later, committed suicide, leaving behind a note with only 3 words: "It was calling." Marine geologists now speculate the current is not natural, but the result of a subterranean vent system from a lost seafloor formation, perhaps a collapsed undersea volcano, redirecting heat through narrow fissures. But the precision of its course, the sonic anomaly, and the way it reacts to human proximity refute those claims. It behaves more like a circulatory system than a current, designed, maintained, and aware. Some argue it is the vein of something larger, a channel that transports more than just water. In 2021, a probe trailing a new sensor array followed the current past the Drake Passage into the Southern Ocean, where it disappeared beneath the Weddell Sea. Its last ping showed a sudden temperature rise, and then an audio spike, a human scream buried beneath layers of static and surf. The voice was never identified. The current has since become known among those who study it as the siren's thread. No one knows where it begins, or where it ends, but it moves endlessly beneath the waves, whispering in forgotten tones, and when it flows beneath your vessel, some say you feel it, just beneath your feet, a pulling, a suggestion, a call to follow, and if you listen too long, if you truly hear it, you'll never want to come back up. Inside the depths of the Black Sea, where the oxygen runs out and decay halts mid-process, there lies a shipwreck no one can trace, no navy will claim, and no explorer wants to dive twice. It is not catalogued. It does not appear on sonar scans, unless you're already too close. And when found, it doesn't appear old, but impossibly intact, as if it had drifted downward, without so much as a scratch, then sealed itself into the silt, to be hidden from time. They call it the Forgotten Hull, though no records match its shape, make, or markings, and those who've seen it refuse to speak of the figure engraved across its prow, a blindfolded face, with 3 mouths, and no eyes. Discovered accidentally, in 1992, by a Bulgarian archaeological survey team, searching for Byzantine trading vessels, the anomaly first appeared as a sonar smear, an indistinct mass, among a seabed of ghosted galleys. But divers sent to confirm returned disturbed, 2 refusing to descend beyond 30 meters again. The one who made it to the wreck described it as breathing, not literally, but metaphorically, as though the metal wasn't metal, and the hull curved not with construction, but like muscle, tensed and coiled. There were no barnacles, no signs of rust, no coral, only the dead silt of the anoxic basin, and a vessel that looked like it had just slipped beneath the surface. More worrying was the hatch, not a door, but a slit, unbolted, waiting, neither open nor sealed. The diver did not enter. He claimed his body wouldn't allow it, as if some instinct far older than language stopped his arms from reaching forward. His footage, captured on grainy analog tape, showed something even stranger. The ship's surface bore no welding seams, no rivets, no panels, only a skin of a single smooth black material, textured like ash, but harder than carbon. Marine chemists later analyzed fragments of the silt that clung to its edge, and found no known pollutants or historical artifacts, only a strangely elevated iron content that suggested the metal had grown from the surrounding sea, like a mineral bloom. A second dive, commissioned by an independent German team, attempted to enter the slit using a probe, but the footage was cut short after only 4 meters. The camera's lens shattered, not from pressure, but from impact. What it hit is unknown. When the probe was pulled back, its tether was covered in salt crystals, shaped like tiny ribs, too symmetrical to be natural. The researchers ended the expedition, without explanation, and later scrubbed all references to the dive from their academic publishing schedule. In 2008, satellite thermal scans, taken during a Black Sea survey, revealed something even more perplexing. The temperature around the site had risen by 3 degrees Celsius since 1992. This warming occurred only within a radius of 300 meters around the wreck, nowhere else. No geothermal activity, no tectonic movement, just heat, bleeding outward from a vessel that, by all logic, should have remained inert. And with the heat came sound. Hydrophones lowered to the depth picked up a slow periodic pulse, not mechanical, not geological. The frequency was irregular, skipping and shifting, but when mapped, it showed a pattern, a rhythm that formed a series of repeating ratios. Musicians identified the sequence as a distorted 3/2 polyrhythm, almost funereal, almost like a dirge, and beneath the pulse, a subharmonic, a whisper that grew louder, only when the ship was not being observed. Those who've studied the wreck from a distance report dreams, vivid, endless, always underwater. In one such case, an analyst in Istanbul woke screaming after claiming she had drowned with her eyes open, looking up at her own reflection from inside a metal coffin. Several researchers abandoned the project. The wreck is now unlisted on Black Sea charts, quietly omitted by consensus. But local fishermen swear it still moves, just a few feet at a time, shifting its angle, turning ever so slightly, year by year, towards something deeper in the sea. None have seen it again, or if they have, they've not returned to tell it. And when the current goes quiet, and the sonar pings soften, a few crews claim to hear 3 soft knocks, spaced evenly across their hull, followed by nothing at all. In the chaotic waters near the Chagos archipelago, where tropical cyclones sweep across the ocean with mechanical fury and vanish, as if erased by hand, reports began to surface of something stranger than storm. The silhouette of a ship moving through the eye of hurricanes, sailing where no vessel should survive. It was first dismissed as hallucination, a trick of pressure and trauma, but as sightings accumulated, each one wrapped in silence and terminated radio contact, the myth solidified. They called it the Storm Eater, though no one could confirm what it was, only what followed: drowned compasses, memory loss, and survivors who swore they watched a ship travel through lightning untouched, like an observer of chaos, not a victim of it. It was in 1967 that the first official record appeared, buried in Royal Navy archives. A weather surveillance plane caught a glimpse of what they described as an obsolete merchant hull, traveling northwest in the heart of Cyclone Beulah. The craft showed no distress, no pitch or roll, gliding through 120 miles per hour winds as if on glass. The pilot circled back once, then lost sight. When he landed, the aircraft's black box showed a 2-minute period of dead silence, with no engine noise, radio or internal cabin audio. Just a hum, not mechanical, not electronic, more like breath held too long. Years passed. Then in 1979, an Indian research vessel studying storm formation in the region encountered a storm far earlier than expected. Instruments failed. Barometric pressure dropped in a pattern not known to meteorology, erratic, rhythmic, almost like footsteps. That night, the crew saw a shape on the horizon, lights glowing faintly beneath the rain. No mast, no smoke, just an outline that never blurred with wind. Then the storm intensified. Waves turned against the wind. Rain formed columns instead of sheets, falling vertically in isolated pillars. The crew's journals speak of nausea, hallucinations, a ringing in the ears that mimicked whispers, and through it all, the outline never moved. Not toward them, not away, just present, watching. One diver dropped during a lull to check on hull damage. Captured footage now lost but partially described in audio logs. He reported descending into unusually warm waters, despite the surrounding cold. No fish, no debris, just silence, until a glow appeared beneath him, amber, pulsing like a heartbeat, growing larger. He swam up in panic. The last words on the tape: "It wasn't a light, it was an eye." More recently, in 2002, a satellite scan, attempting to map cyclone behavior, showed an anomaly, a stationary object at the dead center of a Category 4 storm. It did not rotate with the winds. It did not scatter radar. Instead, it bent the signal slightly, as though space itself were warping around it. Oceanographers blamed the interference on sensor malfunction, but engineers reviewing the raw telemetry noted something even stranger. During the moment the anomaly appeared, all storm movement slowed by 2.3%, temporarily, for less than a second, then resumed. This behavior has been logged 4 times since, in 2009, 2014, 2017, and 2023, always in storms moving across the Indian Ocean, always accompanied by vessel disappearances, and always followed by unexplainable barometric data, pulses of low pressure too consistent to be natural, mimicking the rhythm of a beating heart. Survivors of such storms speak less often now, and when they do, the stories remain the same. A shape in the eye of chaos, a ship that never rocks, a shadow just beneath the waves that reflects no lightning, as if carved from storm itself. One sailor, pulled from a capsized catamaran, in 2017, left a journal describing the sound he heard in the storm's quiet center: not wind, not water, but a low song, like the call of something ancient, floating just below language. The final page read, "It didn't ride the storm, it led it, and I think it knew my name." No photographs exist. No debris has ever been recovered. The storm eater leaves no trace, only silence in its wake, and the unshakable sense that not all ships are made to sail. Some are made to feed, some are made to hunt. Somewhere in the northwest reaches of the Philippine Sea, where tectonic plates kiss and clash in unfathomable quiet, a trench runs deeper than most submersibles dare to crawl. A crevice folded into the seafloor, like a closed eyelid. It does not appear on commercial sonar. It is not part of the famed Mariana. It is narrow, deliberate, and very much alive. They call it the breathing trench, not because it moves, but because it exhales. The first report came not from scientists, but from a Japanese cargo vessel in 1986. En route to Guam, the ship drifted off course due to instrument failure. That's when the sea changed. The surface went smooth, not calm, but slick, as though the ocean had been coated in oil. Then the wind vanished, radios crackled, and below them, something exhaled. The ship tilted, not from waves, but from a slow rising swell of warm water from beneath. The captain recorded in the log, "No current, no wave. Sea is rising like lungs. All crew feel pressure in ears, like depth, but we are on the surface." When the ship returned, several crew members had nosebleeds. One suffered a seizure. Another could not sleep without dreaming of a narrow corridor lined with what he described as breathing walls. Their testimonies were chalked up to decompression sickness, but none of the crew had dived. They had simply been above whatever lived below. Over the years, occasional tremors in the area sparked renewed interest from oceanographers, but each expedition ended prematurely. Equipment failed, seismic sensors jammed, ROVs froze mid-descent, their lights dying one by one. In 1999, a South Korean deep-sea probe entered what was believed to be a minor fissure in the seabed, only to find the walls pulsing. At first it was believed to be video artifacting, but the pulsing wasn't digital. It affected pressure sensors and acoustic readings. The trench wasn't a fissure, it was a cavity. Something opened, and something inside exhaled again. That exhale produced a low-frequency tremor, undetectable to most seismic arrays, but picked up by specialized microphones. It mimicked the waveform of a heartbeat, not human, but not unfamiliar. A rhythmic inhale, long and dragging, followed by a violent but silent push of warm water. Divers in the region later described feelings of vertigo and déjà vu, as if something beneath them had seen them before. One described it as being watched by the dark. Another claimed his body temperature rose 5 degrees during the descent, though his wetsuit remained cold. He emerged with burns along his ribs in the shape of overlapping arcs. No marine biologist could explain it. What remains most unsettling is the pattern. Every exhale occurs every 42 days, almost to the hour. It comes with no tide, no moon pull. It doesn't coincide with volcanic activity or shifting currents. It simply breathes on its own schedule, like a sleeper beneath the crust, like something waiting for a reason to wake. In 2022, a private expedition dropped a bioacoustic lure into the trench, designed to simulate distressed whale calls. Nothing responded for 4 days. Then, without warning, every sound in the ocean went silent. Microphones recorded a total audio blackout. No crustaceans, no current, no whales, just silence. And then, a sound, not a call, not a growl, a shudder. The trench contracted. Sonar showed the walls narrowing by almost 5 meters, then releasing in a wave that surged outward for nearly 200 kilometers. Shorelines in the Philippines experienced inexplicable mini-tsunamis, too small for global headlines, too strange for scientists to rationalize. Locals avoid the area now. Some call it cursed. Others say a god sleeps there, one without a face, only ribs, coiled into itself in the black. Older fishermen believe it's not a god, but a throat, not breathing, tasting. No one has mapped it since. Naval maps mark the space as inert, but the sea remembers, and every 42 days, somewhere in the dark, the trench swells again, not hungry, not hostile, just aware, listening, inhaling, holding the taste of us for just a little longer. Far off the coast of Madagascar, in waters often mistaken for serene, lies a circle of ocean that repels all sound. Ships report engine trouble within its bounds. Divers say their radios buzz and fall silent. Submersibles lose orientation. But what truly sets this anomaly apart isn't what it does, it's what it silences. Not machinery, not movement, but human voices. Locals call it the circle that drowns whispers, a stretch of perfectly circular water, nearly a kilometre wide, that listens. And once it begins listening, it refuses to let sound escape. The phenomenon was first documented in 1971, when a French marine biology vessel reported odd behaviour among their sonar equipment. Everything outside the ring returned normal readings, but inside, pings vanished, absorbed rather than reflected. Curious, they launched a microphone buoy and were stunned to find it recorded nothing at all, not even static. It was as if the ocean there had gone deaf. When one of the scientists leaned over the railing to speak, his words, clear to those behind him, sounded garbled on tape, as if the air had warped around his breath. But only within the circle. More studies followed, each bringing darker consequences. A Dutch researcher, attempting underwater communication within the zone, found that his own voice looped back to him several seconds after speaking, not as an echo, but as a degraded version of his own sentence. Slowed, distorted, sometimes reversed. It said what I said, he later wrote, but not how I said it. It repeated me, then added something else. I never spoke. By 1983, attempts to map the underwater topography of the circle revealed a featureless plain, flat, sediment-free, and cold. One submersible recorded faint depressions in the silt, almost like footprints, but far too large. They stretched outward in a spiral, too geometric to be organic. During that dive, the onboard crew refused to speak aloud, claiming their thoughts were being listened to. When one diver did speak, asking a simple check-in question, the audio log recorded a response before his teammate answered, a reply in the diver's own voice, saying something else entirely. The Navy got involved soon after. In a classified operation in 1997, they attempted to drop a depth charge into the center of the circle, under the guise of testing acoustic weapon resilience. What they found horrified them. Before the charge could detonate, its fail-safe triggered, deeming the zone too volatile for detonation. No parameters had been met to justify that alert. Engineers later discovered that the fail-safe had been activated, not by mechanical error, but by a frequency input. Something in the circle had broadcast a command to disable the bomb, in a format mimicking human voice. A voice they traced back to the Navy's own sonar technician, who hadn't spoken. Since then, private vessels have been warned away, though the circle remains unmarked on most maritime maps. Sailors who stray near it often report odd behaviors. Some claim they hear their own names called softly from the sea. Others find their logbooks rewritten overnight, phrases they never wrote, inserted mid-sentence, always whispering of return. One diver was rescued after floating unconscious, just outside the boundary. His diving mask had been torn off, yet he showed no signs of drowning. When revived, he simply asked, "Was I loud?" and refused to say anything more. The ocean here doesn't echo, it swallows. It listens with such stillness that even breath feels borrowed. Scientists now believe the area is a natural acoustic dead zone, caused by converging thermal gradients and seabed mineral composition. But that doesn't explain the voices, or why multiple ships, across decades, have all reported one identical phrase whispered from the waves. Say it again, and when they do, when the brave or foolish speak aloud once more, the sea replies with perfect clarity. Not with your voice, not in your tone, but with your meaning, hollowed out and returned to you like a mirror, with no reflection. A voice that isn't yours, but knows how to pretend. In a lonely quadrant of the Southern Ocean, where charted wrecks outnumber surviving vessels, an expanse of seafloor lies stitched with bones and steel, a graveyard of lost ships spanning centuries, from ironclads to pleasure craft. Mariners call it the graveyard that rearranges itself, not because of what lies below, but because of what refuses to stay where it was found. Sonar scans reveal dozens, sometimes hundreds, of hulls, all tightly clustered in unnatural formations, as though something has organized the wreckage, or worse is curating it. In 1955, a Soviet mapping vessel documented a peculiar layout, 24 ships resting in a spiral, with their sterns pointing inward toward an unseen center. They assumed coincidence until a second mapping mission, the following year, showed a different arrangement. This time in rows, like stacked books on a shelf. No seismic activity was detected. No storms had disturbed the sea in that window. The wrecks had moved, or been moved. Several expeditions followed, but few returned with full crews. One French team, hoping to document the changes with photographic evidence, lowered a deep diving drone equipped with gyroscopic stabilization. At 700 meters, the drone's camera flickered. The image showed a ship from the 1890s, its rigging still intact, resting beside a container vessel from the 1980s, both undisturbed by currents. Then the feed cut. When the team recovered the drone, it had recorded 12 minutes of silence, not static absence. And its memory logs had been overwritten with a single phrase: "Do not catalogue the dead." In 1999, satellite bathymetric imaging revealed another twist. The shapes on the seafloor shifted positions slightly every 22 days. The change was imperceptible at first, just a few degrees rotated, or a hull tipped inward that once leaned out. But the pattern was consistent. It was not drifting, it was aligning. Each ship turned fractionally to face the same unmarked location, deep within the trench's wall. No structure exists there. But sonar pulses that touch that spot never return. They vanish, absorbed by something not water, not rock, but nothingness shaped like an answer no one dares to ask. Divers who've entered the graveyard often return with damaged equipment and gaps in memory. One described the sensation of being watched by figures standing on the decks of the ruined vessels, unmoving silhouettes in torn uniforms, mouths agape, but never speaking. Another diver recalled brushing against a hull and feeling it vibrate back, as if the steel were holding breath. He refused to dive again. When pressed, he wrote 3 words on a napkin and slid it across the table. They aren't empty. No salvage crew has ever succeeded in extracting metal or artifact from the site. Cranes fail mid-lift, chains snap, barges sink within hours of operation. One recovered compass from a 19th century frigate began spinning wildly once brought aboard and shattered unprovoked at 3:07 a.m., exactly when the moon crested its highest point. Clocks stop there, batteries drain faster, dreams come quicker. Yet the most disturbing element came from an automated drone mission in 2020. Programmed to descend, scan, and return autonomously, the drone arrived back at the surface ahead of schedule, 30 minutes early, with its internal drive wiped clean. But its hull bore scratches in distinct patterns, dashes and slashes, Morse code. It read, "You've made a list." Now it makes one too. Every attempt since to remap the graveyard has failed. The wrecks now resist sonar entirely, appearing only when eyes are upon them, never when machines look alone, as if presence matters, as if to be counted is to be seen, and to be seen is to awaken something that does not wish to be known. And so it lies there, quiet, shifting beneath layers of salt and silt, rearranging itself into meanings humans were never meant to decode. Not a graveyard, not anymore, but a library, and every ship, a chapter waiting to be read again. And now the sea stills, not from calm, but from completion. We've wandered past shadows that drift without names, echoes that never returned, and signals that didn't wait for understanding, only reception. Each mystery did not demand solving, only witnessing, and you were the witness. These waters hold no monsters in cages or sirens with answers. They hold reflections too vast for mirrors, memories too ancient for language. The waves remember everything, including you, and somewhere beneath miles of silence, another pulse waits to be heard again. Good night. Sleep near the tide, but never too close. Something listens when you dream.